means we have to start introducing the conference.
No.
Okay, fair enough. I guess I'll wait. All right. Okay, we're live. All right, welcome everybody to this year's PSP Homebrew Developer Conference. This year, everyone's watching from YouTube. We have a list of 20 presentations and 15 developers taking part this year. You can find all of that information on the various different blog posts and websites that you've seen this event advertised on. So the first one up is going to be Unofficial Official Firmware by Meow. I know, great name, right? Anyway, Meow, take it away.
All right, so I'm Yo, just gonna check if everybody can hear me. I think so.
Yep.
So today I want to give a brief presentation on the unofficial official firmware project. It might be a mouthful, so we'll just say uOFW. I will briefly describe why we started that project, where it is going, and how the community can benefit from it. So here we go. So the state of the PSP documentation was really the major reason why we started that project all the way back in 2011. If you search for PSP stuff today, you will soon notice that it's scattered all across the web. So you find some stuff in forums, other information on blogs, then you have certain websites, and after all, also you have on GitHub open source projects like PP, SSPP, and JPCSP leading emulator projects, which also contain a lot of information about the PSP system. So as you can see, there's really no centralized place to find all the stuff, which makes finding information really hard if you want to track down something specific. And if you verify information, you might also need to find a second source. In addition, probably due to the age of the system, now closing to 15, 16 years, many stuff discovered by the community is lost to history. So in the beginning or in the early years of the scene, many community members created private blogs or even entire forums dedicated to the PSP, which are sadly no longer available to us. So one of those would be lan.st or even One Hit Gamer, which was a forum dedicated to creating cheats for PSP games. And while we can use web archives to try and recover some sort of information, that's not really an option, and most of the stuff is now lost for good. In addition, even if you do find information on the net, then there's a good chance it is outdated and incomplete, especially when it comes to the hardware. So there is this rather well-known project, Yet Another PSP Documentation, which wants to document the entire system. However, it has been last modified in December 2006. So a lot of stuff you will find in there is incomplete, missing, or even outdated by today. And even if you do check the documentation, it contains basically information for the first generation of the PSP. You will notice there's no specific boot process documentation, let alone documentation about the specific hardware components of the system, like the graphics engine, the media engine, or the system controller. And what about later hardware revisions? All those are not included as well. They added new hardware components, improved security. It's not included in Yet Another PSP documentation. So again, you have to check other pages or other sources. There is PSP Tech, which is an updated hardware kernel reference, which also includes research provided by us, but that as well has been last modified in 2015 and might now only contain or might now contain some information which is outdated. And finally, some homebrew were released only in a closed format. So basically, if we want to use stuff inside those homebrews, we are basically forced to reinvent the wheel. One example is the VLF library, which enables us to use XMB UI elements in our homebrew, but that library is just closed source, and all the research which went into creating it in the first place is not available, and we basically have to start fresh if we want to rebuild the library or use elements of it. So with all that said, let's enter uOFW. We basically have three main goals for the project. We want to reverse engineer the PSP hardware and kernel, and in the process create an up-to-date hardware kernel reference. In addition, we want to provide a free and open source vanilla firmware which can be used by community projects. So let's look into these more specifically. Reverse engineering the PSP kernel and hardware, there are right now roughly 130 kernel modules. However, not all of those are in scope for the project, so there are a bunch of networking modules which are out of scope. Instead, we are focusing on three main areas. The first area is core kernel services. They deal with the initialization of the kernel, management of the system memory, loading and executing programs, suspending and resuming the system, and so on and so forth. The second area is all about hardware wrappers, like for the system controller, the graphic engine, and media engine. These are modules which are used by the kernel to communicate with the different hardware components and, for example, to offload work to the media engine. We are also looking at the human-machine interfaces like the controller service, which handles input, and the LED service. And last but not least, we are also looking into how audio is processed on the system. As for the progress on that front, well, so far we have worked on 35 modules, and out of those, we have completed 22. And as you can see in the list, many of the modules I just mentioned are listed here. So all the hardware wrappers, the system memory manager, and the program loader, and a bunch of more. But still, we have a long way to go. All right. So let's talk about creating an up-to-date hardware and kernel reference. We have three areas of focus right here. We want to document public APIs. These are APIs which are exposed by modules to be used by applications. We also want to document the inner workings of the kernel, so how everything works. And last but not least, we want to document the hardware and software interface. So basically, how the world of hardware and the world of software is brought together. The goals here are pretty much straightforward. We want to create a central place for the PSP documentation and preserve any existing findings contributed by the community over 15 years, and also document any new research we find while working on uOFW. So in this screenshot, you see how we document public APIs. The API specifically is not important here. What's important is what you're getting from us. So you can see we're giving you a brief description of the API, including its return value and its parameters. There's also for some an example given which will add more context so that you as a developer will know how to use that API and what you can expect from it. Similar to that, we are also using the same approach for functions which are not exposed by modules, so the inner workings of a module. Here you can see that we also describe what the function is doing, including its return value. So if you're interested in how a module is implemented, what an API is doing, public or not, you can just scroll through the code base and read the documentation. You don't have to analyze the code. We will give you an explanation right at the top. And last but not least, even if you do want to check out the code implementation, we will give you code documentation right inside the implementation, so you will always know what you are looking at, why Sony did what they did, and what really is the purpose of this specific code area. The next big block in documenting is the hardware and software interface. So the hardware and software interface is really all about controlling the hardware with software. And on the PSP, there's a memory region which can be used for exactly for that. You can turn on or off hardware components. You can offload work to components like the media engine. And mapping this region will give us full control over the PSP hardware. We will no longer be limited strictly to what the Sony API service gives us, but instead can just control every hardware as we want. In addition to that, we also want to document the various interfaces and APIs which are used to work with those hardware components. Example again, the media engine, which can be used for work and free up the main CPU for other stuff. We also want to document the transformation from hardware design to public APIs. One great example here is a physical button press on your system. You press a button on your PSP, and in APIs, you can check if a button has been pressed. We want to document how that stuff is done in the system. What happens when you press a button until the point where you can pull the button state with software. And finally, there are also unknown core processor registers, for example, for the system control core processor, which is also known as the core processor 0, which is responsible for memory management support, for example, cache management. And there's only a bunch of registers documented so far, and we are trying to extend that list and document more. All right, now to the last major goal of the project. We want to provide a free and open source vanilla firmware. The ambition here is that our reverse engineered modules should be able to replace Sony modules on your PSP and the system will still work. For us, that will be a good indicator if a module has been reverse engineered correctly. More importantly for the community, this means they can replace proprietary Sony code with our implementation in community projects. This, however, is a very challenging task. Of all the modules we've completed so far, only half of them are seemingly running without issues. The other half have issues to various degrees. Some might crash during boot, some might crash at a later stage, others could have limited functionality, like audio is not playing even though it should. Now, why is that? Making mistakes is very easy in our line of work. And the bad thing is, if we do make mistakes, it can be very hard to locate them. For example, we don't have elegant debugging tools available to us, so we have to use file and display logging. However, this is not always an option. For example, if we add too many display logging statements, depending on where we add them, they can introduce a crash on their own. So you are trying to locate a crash and introduce another crash in the process of that. This doesn't help us at all. In addition, some modules are running in the boot order way before the necessary drivers are initialized for file and display logging. In those cases, we have to fall back to frame buffer debugging. And while the screenshot on the right might look cool, well, I'm sure you will agree with me that this is not a satisfying debug experience. Last but not least, modules themselves might not crash, but due to a mistake made, another system component which is dependent on them might lead to a system crash, which makes it hard for us to track it down. So now, here's an overview about each module which is currently available in the project. I won't go into details here, but basically I've categorized them in 4 groups. We're looking at partially completed modules. They have been worked on but are not done yet. We have completed modules. Those have been reverse engineered completely and are compiling. However, they might not work on the PSP. We also have working modules which have been completed and have been found to be working as far as testing goes. And finally, we also have documented modules. The interested reader can check the list for more details in the presentation later. So as already mentioned earlier, we can run our own modules on the PSP. For that, we are using our installer. The installer is based on ProCFW, and because of that, it's not quite user-friendly yet. So for the installer to work, it patches original Sony code using hard-coded offsets. Now, if we go forward and replace those original Sony modules with our own implementations, these hard-coded offsets will very likely point to something completely different. There's no binary compatibility between our modules and the original Sony modules. So the installer might stop working because the patches it needs to do are not applied. Or it might work and run your module, however, it leads to a crash because it patches something in the code base which it should not. However, it is worth pointing out that you can actually run a good amount of modules through the installer without problems after all. For example, the controller servers, LD module, syscon module, or the graphics engine module. And as such, if you want to test it out on your PSP, we've recently uploaded an executable on the repo. So let's briefly look into how the community can benefit from our work. So one major point is our API documentation. And on this slide, you see on the right a read latch API, which is not documented at all in the PSP SDK. However, in the uOFW project, documentation for it exists. So if you're an homebrew developer and you're looking for some API documentation and you might not find it in the PSP SDK, you can always check out uOFW and see if we have documentation instead. Another point is that due to the documentation, it acts as a reference for leading PSP emulator projects like PPSSPP or JPCSP. It is also used by the community in projects like DS3 Remapper, which use the controller servers reverse engineering, the recently released Baryon Sweeper project, which is a major project helping to unbrick PSP modules, which wasn't possible before. They used the syscon module reverse engineering to help with their efforts, and we also provided support for PAX2 to add relocation type support, all done thanks to our work. In addition, there's a project on the PS Vita which will make use of the graphic engine wrapper to try to get PSP games to run on the Vita in the native Vita display resolution. And finally, we have been specifically asked by Acid Snake, from whom we will hear later during the presentation or later during the conference, that they want to actually replace Sony modules with open source implementations and whether we can provide them with that. Now, a quick look into reverse engineering and how we are, or how we're doing it, what kind of tools we're using. Well, not much to say here. The PSP main CPU is a 32-bit MIPS processor, so all the modules are compiled into the MIPS assembly languages. We have added docs and tutorials on the repository if you want to read up more about that. Now, about other hardware components. Well, not all of them are MIPS based, but the media engine, for example, is. The system controller firmware and the wireless LAN firmware, however, are not. And as for the tools, we mainly use PRX tool combined with a text editor. This is all by hand, so we don't get any fancy stuff like decompiler support or automatic variable renaming applied through all the code base. But the benefit is that we get a very reliable output for us to start. For the system controller firmware, I'm currently using IDA, but related software can probably be used as well. And we're also looking at Ghidra, which has lots of potential and can help us improve our productivity and reduce the error rate or the mistake rate we make. It comes with its own decompiler and it promises a lot. It's not fully ready yet for us because it's missing some PSP relocation types, which are used by some kernel modules, but it's on our list and I've already used it successfully to find 1 or 2 mistakes in my power service reverse engineering. So where will we go? Well, no hard promises to make. We are basically working on it today, might take a break tomorrow and come back the day after. we're basically working on the project as free time permits, and also the motivation. That's probably the most important thing. Other that said, there are 2 modules currently in review, and they have found to be working, and we're aiming to get them into the master branch as soon as the review is done. In addition, we want to look into fixing some modules which we have completed already. Those are interrupt man and exception man. For example, there are mistakes in there, but we might be able to fix them. In addition, we want to get some modules done which are nearly completed by now, and are also currently looking into the system controller firmware. So if you want to help, it's pretty easy. You can join the PSP Homebrew Discord server and just give us more support. This is always nice and really keeps the flow going. I found out that motivation is the most vital aspect of the project to help keep us moving forward with it. You can also decide to contribute on the project by picking a module to work on. It doesn't matter if it's partially completed or a new one. Pick what you like, and if you need help, we are always on the Discord server available, and we'll gladly help you in your efforts. The good thing also is there are no hard deadlines. So if you do decide to work on something, we won't say get it done in 4 weeks or it's over. Just take the time you need, see what can be done. If you can't finish it, not a problem at all. All right. Any questions?
Yeah, just letting you guys know.
There's
You can ask questions in the Discord or in the live chat.
Yep, should have arrived on YouTube by now.
What about discussing it?
So I'm seeing the live chat on YouTube right now.
Will,
So I'm
will
seeing
a
one
WebKit
question.
replacement be possible?
Here are a few questions. Yeah.
So I guess
will a WebKit replacement be possible? I'm not sure I can answer that. I mean, web modules or networking modules in general are not in scope for the project, so that's not my area of expertise, I would say. It's more like focusing on core kernel services, really, and like boot process, how is the kernel initialized, how does everything work. It's possible we might focus more on network modules, or maybe someone else would do, but I'm not sure how WebKit could play into that.
All right, I'm
Yeah,
seeing
how
a
many
comment
people?
from. Oh, we're doing
Yeah,
great.
go ahead.
I'm seeing a comment from commentator Rolgi with the question: how many people are working on this right now?
So there's always a list which is, or I mean, probably I would put it differently. There's no fixed list of people which are currently working on it. I think, I mean, I know I'm working on the system controller firmware. We also have some guys which started looking into the low input output module, and another one who wants to finish a cryptography module. Art is also looking into finishing some of his old work. I think, yeah, he just recently managed to get the graphics engine module working. It was crashing before, but now he fixed it. So I would say probably there are 4 or 5 guys right now which are just from time to time, maybe, I don't know, how often in a week, but they're interested in it and basically working on it as long as it permits, as long as it's permitted by them. So yeah, I would roughly say 3, 4, 5 people, but definitely not full time.
All right. Not sure how much time we want to spend on this, but I've got another one from Crash Override. Would this improve PSP game? Would this improve the PSP game decompilation process, or help
Yeah,
with the tool?
it would definitely help because for one, we are providing API documentation for kernel APIs which are used by games, so you get a better understanding of what the game is doing if it calls Sony APIs. The project also helped with the Ghidra plugin or PRX tool and getting those to better understand the compiled game code they are looking at. So I would say, yeah, it will help, but still the major work is on the part of the developer who wants to reverse engineer the game.
Right. Oh, I'm seeing another good one by the 64th Shadow. You know, when you have a long list of games on your memory stick and it takes like a few seconds to load, would that possibly be fixed using this? Or
I
using the
would
knowledge from
say,
this?
yeah, I would say yes, as long as we come to that part and figure out how the system deals with it. So there are modules in the system which are responsible just for handling the memory stick and the file system on it. So I would imagine that it should be possible for us to look into it and provide a fix or improve the process. But this will first require us to get a good understanding. Once the understanding has been obtained, I would think I would think so that it would be possible. Yes, it's not a goal of the project per se, so not something I would put on the roadmap right now.
All right. See, I'm not seeing any others. Maybe I've skipped one.
All right, it looks good. I think that's probably going to be it for this segment then.
Okay, are we happy to move on?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thanks very much, Meow, for that presentation on uOFW. Next, we have libraries in the PSP toolchain by Wouter.
Yes, I'll share my
So-
screen.
Whenever you're ready.
Cool. Can you guys see my screen at the moment? Should work, right?
We are still waiting on it.
Still loading.
Buffering, yeah.
That's a shame. We'll figure it out. And I'll close it and just retry. Stop streaming, share screen. Oh,
Okay,
that works
better
now.
now?
Yep.
Okay, that's great. Well then,
go.
hello everyone. My name is Wouter, and I will be talking about how we manage libraries in the PSP toolchain, rather how we don't and how we can fix that. So first, let's start off with what is a library? Well, that's quite simple. It's just a set of functions you can use in your code, so you don't have to write quite as much. Some examples of this are we have some libraries in the toolchain at the moment for loading sound files or image files and just using them. We have like 30 something libraries in our toolchain at the moment. Some things we also have like OpenGL, some things for archiving, lots of stuff. But we have a little bit of a problem. if we update a library, it's very hard for a user to actually update it on their system. Like currently what you'd have to do is either reinstall the toolchain or just remove the files from your disk and then restart the installation process. And we tried to look at a couple of possible solutions for this. I mean, we could just tell the user, just reinstall the whole thing, or we could just ship the whole toolchain as one package and just deploy the new toolchain, or maybe even modify the library's installation script. But then you'd still have the problem. You'd have to tell the users, okay, get the latest script, download it, run it. That's a lot of effort. That's a lot to ask from our users. So I've been testing one solution, which I think works very well, and that is something called Pacman, which is actually the package manager which is found in Arch Linux, but we can actually use it for our purposes. So Pacman will allow us to very easily package our libraries and deliver them to our users as well. The users would just be able to install or update the library with a single command. And they would have the choice of which libraries they would install in their toolchain. So I'll now try and give you guys a little bit of an example. Let me grab my terminal. Can I zoom this in? I think I can. Yes, that should work. So the command for using Pacman, in which should get to the toolchain, is like PSP Pacman. And for example, I can use the Q command to list which libraries are currently installed. And if I want to update the libraries which I have on my system, I just use PSP Pacman minus $SYU. And it will update from the repository, but I currently don't need to do that. So I'll give you a simple example of how I can manage one of the libraries. So for instance, I want to remove Lua. Just use minus $R. And do I want to remove this? Yes. So now Lua is no longer in this list. And if I want it back, I can just reinstall it. So yes, and there we go. You can also list like what files are part of a package. So with Lua, we have these files. You could, for instance, take a look at the README. It's kind of nice. In this case, it's HTML, so I need to use something different for it, but you get the point. And building packaging libraries is also a lot simpler than what we do right now. So we would use something called a package build script. We renamed it the PSP build, and it has it just has some basic variables. Then where to actually get the package can be Git repo, or can be a zip or a tar ball, and you can use a SHA checksum. You have a build command, and then packaging. Here it packages a license as well, for instance. And if you want to build your package, you just use PSP make package, and it will build it. Well, I have it already built, but it's quite a simple process. And then you see your package here, and you just use PSP Pacman minus U, and the package name, it will install it. So that's how it works. Now, why is this not yet available? Well, that's because we're still missing a couple of things. At the moment, there's the PRs for PSP Pacman have been open for quite a while, but there are still couple small issues with them, but mostly we need some help with testing and with reviewing the PRs. And one of the main features which we're still not sure on how to do is we want to have a repository for our libraries. And we want to push, if there's an update on GitHub to our libraries, we want to push that to this repository. We still need to figure that out. The biggest problem is that we don't have hosting yet at the moment. So if you feel like you want to check this out or you want to help us out in any way, you can either just get on the PSP Homebrew Discord and message me on the PSP toolchain channel, or check out the GitHub repository and submit an issue. So that's it from me for now. Do you guys maybe have any questions?
Hello. Question from my side. Let's say I'm a library developer. So what do I have to do step by step to share my library with everyone within having the PSP toolchain? From what I understand, on the GitHub repository, you store the recipes, those files defining the build steps to make the package. Where are the actual artifacts stored? How does it work?
Currently, there's actually a couple ways you can do this. So we have a repository which contains a lot of these, but this is still all in a merge request at the moment. But what you can actually do is write this PSP build to create your package. Then you could also just share your package with anyone who would like to have it, and they would be able to install it. So you don't need our support to be able to share a library. But if we would have a repository and you would submit it to the PSP libraries repo, like preferably in the future, it would automatically go to our repository and users would be able to just install it with one command, like PSP pacman sy or s your library name. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thanks.
No problem. See if we have anything on the...
Not seeing much at the moment.
I don't know if it's... My screen was showing on the YouTube stream.
Well, it was, but it's not anymore.
It was, yeah. He just switched over.
Oh, that makes sense. Well, then I guess that's it for now.
All right, sounds good.
Okay, happy to move on.
And the answer is yes.
Very COVID-friendly crowd.
COVID-friendly crowds, yes.
Okay, well, thank you, Woder. That was a very good presentation. Next up, we have Nazi Zombies Portable by Moto Legacy.
Again.
So, yeah, take it away.
Okay. I'm gonna do 480p because I hate everybody.
Really using the fact that we have a 1080p stream, aren't we?
Well, I'm on a low power machine and I care about it not exploding. So let me know when I can start. Okay. So I'm Moto Legacy, and I'm gonna talk about Nazi Zombies Portable again. So we have a little table of contents here because I wanted this presentation to have a lot more substance than last time. So we're gonna address some of the promises I made last year and how none of them went anywhere. We're gonna talk a little bit about performance hurdles, challenges that we faced, and how we're overcoming those challenges. And then we're gonna talk a little bit about how we're going to give control to level designers and how we want them to have and embrace custom content. So addressing the obvious, roadmaps are stupid. They're stressful. It becomes harder to commit to a project or your goals as you approach the deadline. They're disappointing either when a goal is not reached or the user is disappointed when goals that are outlined didn't meet their expectations. And it's often not worthwhile anyway, because most of the time, especially as an independent developer, when you have a roadmap, you tend to abandon it. So the solution, abandon roadmaps completely. Who needs those, right? And just a little summary here. It is unwise to try and commit to a roadmap or similar deadlines or plans of action for a project in rapid development, which, NZP is. So where map? I promised several maps that were coming. A new warehouse, Wanson, however you pronounce that. Kino der Toten, Verrucht, and I was working on some more at the time. But, I have horrible luck. So what ended up happening is my desktop kind of shit the bed, meaning all of my stuff is lost on a hard drive, and I currently only have a MacBook at the moment, and I have to buy like a USB to SATA adapter, which I haven't had the chance or the money to do. So they're just kind of sitting there floating around. Work has been done, but I really can't show that to you. So when are these coming? Soon. I don't want to give a deadline because, as we just addressed, roadmaps are stupid. So some of the things that we did do last year is we added some more of the complex weapons, like the Wunderwaffe and the flamethrower, both of which I was really struggling to achieve for the past few years. But, one day I just sat down and I said, we're going to add the flamethrower, and it happened. Also, we added Hellhounds, and we brought the PSP builds up to speed with some of the menu changes that we did on PC. So I'm going to talk a little bit now about performance hurdles, why the game is slow in some cases, getting around those cases, and just features that come along with that. So using VRAM limitations to expand rendering capability. So thanks to Crowbar, who was responsible for Zash 3D, the Zash 3D port, we now have a way to utilize all 4 megabytes of VRAM on the PSP Slims, which is cool, but it didn't really help us out very much because our main problem with VRAM is bandwidth, how fast we can use it to achieve more frames. So something that really eats up video RAM is bandwidth, or is colored lighting, which requires 4 times the amount of bandwidth per light because, you don't only have the radius of the light, you have your R, G, and B values. So how we're getting around that is a new file type called Vision Files, the extension inspired by COD, which is basically a color filter that's applied post-world rendering. So I have some examples here where on the very left you have no color filter, the middle having a blue filter, so you see everything has this blue post-render applied, and then the same blue filter render but with process fog disabled, which essentially just means, do you want to include fog in your color changes? These will be trigger controlled, meaning the level designer can place what are called triggers, which are just invisible boxes throughout your map. And when you, the client, collide with them, you'll get these color changes, which is really nice if you want your environment to have several different aesthetics without putting a bunch of colored lights in. You can just, hey, let's make the world this color at this location. So utilizing kernel mode to allow loading larger maps. So to be honest, I didn't know this existed until last year. I was like, more RAM, that's good. Which, we really needed at the time. We do have RAM issues most of the time. So adding that specifically for the extra memory allowed us to load much larger maps that we couldn't before. Like this is an unedited version of Wanson that, you just load up and it works fine now, which is pretty cool. Moving beyond single-threaded computing. So NZP is CPU bottlenecked because it inherits single-threaded design from its quick derivative. So meaning everything is dependent on everything else. So before you can render a frame, you have to go through and you have to, draw the world, draw your models, do color things, draw your HUD, all before a frame. You can't do anything asynchronously. So most CPU-related stalling, which means what's really impacting performance, is pathfinding, which on maps that have a lot of waypoints, meaning locations and paths that zombies can, travel through. With lots of those, it can take anywhere from half a millisecond to a full millisecond per AI. And just to give you some insight, 60 FPS means it'll take 16 milliseconds to render a frame. And PSP has a max of 12 zombies, so you can have an extra 12 milliseconds applied, which is a big frame reduction. So Quake C, which is our game code, and its engine interactions, like super dependent on single-threaded programming. Meaning I can't just decide to go, I'm going to do all pathfinding asynchronously. That's not going to work. So we need to ease stress in other locations, at least temporarily. So I put together a thread system, just a basic core that I can easily throw garbage into, designed to asynchronously process systems and functions that are not dependent on frame advancement. So meaning things we don't really need to rely on as soon as it's available or before we can advance. So that big thing was sound. One thing we noticed last year when we implemented VFPU support is we did mitigate a lot of sound stuttering, but as features grew, it started to come back because, I'm a bad programmer. So now that it runs in a completely separate thread, stuttering will no longer be an issue, period, because there will never be something preventing sound from processing. There are more plans for things to multi-thread, but it does take a lot of refactoring. I can't just sit down and go, I'm going to thread sound, or I'm going to thread pathfinding like I did with sound. My bad. So allowing for level-specific game control. Data-driving weapons and revising the mystery box. So NZP has a weapon problem. There's no variety per map. Mappers can control, I don't want the M1A1 carbine in this map, and they can do that, but that's not much you can do. Some levels may want to move away from NZP in like World War II, and level designers need more things to do in general because it's quite boring just making a level without doing anything special with it. So data-driving weapons allows for a level to feature a fully custom weapon suite, including projectile and melee weapons, which layman's terms, custom weapons exist. I have an example here on the right. I'm not sure how well it displays in 480p, but all of these files are public, and I really strive to make it so this is a very easy thing to do. You can just sit down and go, I'm going to copy the trench gun, but I'm going to make it shoot fire and split up into 12 different flames, This allows to allow for the mystery box file needed revised, because as I said, it was simply designed to include and exclude stock weapons. So, goodbye that person. So we invented the mbox2 file, which you can explicitly set to include or exclude different weapons. So in this example here, without an exclude, these are the only weapons that would appear in the box, the 1911 Trenchgun, Ray Gun, and Kar 98K, and you locate by name instead of binary index. So what I mean by that is, before, if you opened up one of these files, you just see a bunch of zeros and a bunch of ones without any meaning. And this corresponded to values in game. So the second 1 or 0 would correspond to the Thompson. And there's no way for the level designer to really know what to do with that. So everything has names now, which is quite cool if you ask me. Opening up entities for visual and audio control. Stock assets are boring. The level designer needs the power to change aesthetics easily. Unique assets can lead to a unique map identity. Like I said before, if the designer doesn't want a World War II setting, or they don't like, the perks being soda machines, they should be able to change that. So this is happening one at a time whenever it seems reasonable to go and touch it up. Entities are being opened up. So far, it's just barricades and perk-a-colas, so perk machines, which is a great start, but there's a lot more that I want to be able to do. So gameplay HUD and sound control with .nzd files. So beyond aesthetic changes, level designers should be able to easily alter gameplay mechanics and other hard-coded features. And you have an example here of someone who loves that idea. So the .nzd file gives this level control. Right now, there are around 120 different settings that you can tweak. And whenever someone suggests something that seems moderately reasonable, I'll just sit down and add it one day. So if any of you have suggestions, just at me somewhere, PSP server, and say, hey, you should add a toggle for zombies should explode when you kill them. Okay, why not? So these can also be used to customize level HUDs. So this is an example I have right here in this screenshot. Again, not sure how well it works or looks, but these are custom icons made by me to resemble the first Black Ops game. And I have the NZD example there, where you just give it assets and you say, I want perks to move or to go horizontally on the HUD. There they are. Quite cool if you ask me. Then here, you won't be able to see this at all, but this is just an example of how big the NZD files are. Like I said, 120 or so different settings. Pretty cool. So to conclude, NZP continues to pursue means to improve gameplay, performance, and level control. The project during development is open to fundamental reworking and changing to achieve goals or ideas. Efforts are still being made to release the maps that were promised, and roadmaps are stupid. That's all I got. I will now take questions.
Can I start?
What was that?
All right. What about adding some Russian guns into the game, such as PP Shah 41 and Mosin Nagant?
Well, the PBSH is already in the game, but
Yep.
like I said, with the custom weapon feature, you can make anything. If you want to make, to be honest, I'm not familiar with much World War II weaponry, especially in regards to Russian. But if you can sit down and you can model something and throw together the weapon file, there's your Russian weapon
Yes.
right there.
But these guns are kind of main in World War II, So it would be great if they exist just like that, without any. Yeah.
Well, we strive to be accurate to World at War. If they're in World at War, I'd have no problem adding them officially. But otherwise, I'd probably direct you to just posting them on the forum where people go and get custom assets.
Okay.
We have a great question here from Ambassador, which is, are roadmaps stupid?
Roadmaps are indeed quite stupid. I really appreciate your question.
Where is the background music?
Now, where's the background
Where
music?
is that background music?
There we go.
Wait. There's one more question.
There's one more question.
It's not like a question. It just says Molotov, please. Is
Molotov.
Molotov in the game?
I'm getting a lot of questions. No, Molotov's not in the game, but that is something I should probably do. I'm looking at a few questions here. Any multiplayer functionality that can take the game to a whole new level, I ain't trying to stress. The issue with multiplayer is I have absolutely no networking experience. In fact, while the PC builds do have multiplayer, I tend to break them like every other week. It is on the to-do list, but I can't really give an ETA on that.
We also have one from Commendator Rollg. Why don't you use the ME and also add katanas because they are historically accurate?
That's a good question, and we don't really need the media engine right now. And the reason for that is we still have free main CPU threads, so it'd be wasteful because the only reason projects really need the ME is if they're already using all 4 CPU threads, and they need even more power. Add katanas that are historically accurate 100%. You know, you can make a katana. You can do that. What about Easter eggs? This is something I thought about. If I can find a way to generalize them into general triggers that can link together and make cool stuff, I'll definitely do that.
We have another question from Tipix. Does your engine, will your engine be open source and ready for Quake modders?
It already is open source. The whole project is on GitHub. NZP reboot.
Nick Surin is asking you, will you fix the grenade export time?
To my knowledge, there isn't an issue with grenade explode time. It's like 4 or 5 seconds.
It's all about how you feel it.
All right, is that it then?
That does appear to be it.
Sweet.
I've got one more question for you, actually.
I love you, Kyla.
Do you plan on adding a taser that can set people on fire like in Siphon Filter?
No, but I plan on kissing you in the lips in a few minutes. Is that?
Oh, nice.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow, how do you follow that up? Thanks, Moto, for the gripping presentation. No, in all seriousness, that was a good presentation. Thank you. Next up, we have the platformer template by Stacksta. So take it away whenever you're ready.
Yeah, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Yep.
You having some microphone issues? What if you like eat?
Yeah, I'm Stacksta, and I'll be presenting the platformer template. So this is more of an example of a 2D platformer game, not really an engine. So it uses the OpenFNAF engine, and I plan to port this to glib 2D and SCGU. So why the PSP? So yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so why the PSP? PSP is a great portable gaming device. It's got good development tools. That is, it's very easy to get into homebrew development. The homebrew community is very helpful, and I've also had few, like I've also written few games for the PSP. So most of them haven't been released, but still. So why the platformer template? Uh, Although there are a lot of tutorials on homebrew development online, um, there's a lack of 2D game development tutorials for the PSP. So with this template, you can make 2D platformer games rapidly. So the template itself offers very easy customization. So to make your own platformer game, all you have to do is replace the level data, sprites, and the audio, and boom, you have your own 2D platformer for the PSP. So the template right now runs at 60 FPS. So hoping that it's going to uh, run at reasonable performance. So let me just show you a quick gameplay of the template. As you can see, there are animated sprites, and the enemy moves towards the uh, player when the player is at a certain distance. There's also collision. Right now, there's no sound. The next version, I'll be adding a sound manager. As you can see, there's also a scrolling camera. Yeah, that's about it.
All right, let's see if we have any questions.
Wait,
Yeah,
wait.
I have a question.
The features right now it has is like you can load tile maps, and there are basic patrolling AI, seeking AI. It doesn't use any pathfinding algorithm. So what it does is it just gets the player's location and then moves towards the player. As you saw in the gameplay, there's also basic UI, camera scrolling. So on the upcoming features, like I said, I'll be adding a sound manager for audio, multiple enemy types, projectiles, camera shake effects, slopes, double jumps, wall jumps, and yeah, the known bugs in the game is that the collision system is kind of wonky and it's very like poorly written. So my top priority right now is getting this right and adding a tile map collision. And another bug you might have noticed is I'm unable to flip sprites. So the OpenFNAF engine does support flipping of images, but for some reason when I try to flick the sprite, the game crashes. So right now I've removed the sprite flipping code. So yeah, so if anybody knows how to fix that, just DM me. And yeah, so this is one among many templates. So this is the simple platformer template. So once this is done, I'll be working on the run and gun template. So the run and gun template is the Contra clone. And once that is done, you can expect to see a Metroidvania template. Yeah, that is it. So any questions?
I can see 2 questions. Can I read it?
Yeah, sure.
The first one from Daigo81. Is there a release date for that 2D platformer?
Yes, hopefully by next week the simple platformer template will be done, and the code will be open source. And yes, the code is written in C.
And that was the second question. Yeah, it was on C.
I have a question. So you have a lot of good templates here, but one is missing. I'm just wondering when the Among Us template is gonna start development.
Okay, so I'm not really good with network code, so I haven't.
Well, you can just play by yourself, make some bots.
Okay, that is a good idea. So,
The people demand Among Us PSP.
okay. I'm not sure it's going to be fun with just AI.
The AI is sus.
I mean, like, this is just one of the many templates. So I also plan on making templates for 2D RPG, JRPG.
I think that
So
seems to be it. Oh, Masterman, do you have a question?
yeah, so we can choose between some of the templates made from you officially, or we can just take our templates and make the 2D platformer, right?
Yeah, the idea of a template is that you can just uh, take code, modify only some parts of it, and then make your own game. So this is ideally for beginners or people or game developers who just want to write homebrew games. So if you're an experienced developer, I think you should be able to, pick up your own template and then, um, merge with this.
And another one question. So is that just a template or a 2D platformer game engine? Something like that.
Uh, this is not an engine; it's more like a framework. So at the end of the uh, like before release, I'll be making few APIs so that all you have to do is just for physics you have to just call one API. For drawing sprites, you have to just call one API. So it's going to be like a framework.
Mhm.
So, any more questions?
Okay, then let's get a round of applause for Stacks, I guess.
Thank you so much. Sorry.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you, Staxter, for the platformer template presentation.
Thanks
Next,
for being
we
so
have.
poggers.
Thanks. Next, we have OpenFNAF by Moto Legacy. So, Moto, take it away whenever you're ready.
All right, give me just a second here.
Will the next one be in 360p now?
No, I can't go that low, or else I would. Just let me know when. Okay, so I made all of you hyped and excited and proud of me for NZP, but now I'm gonna destroy my reputation with FNAF. So I'm Moto Legacy. This is the OpenFNAF presentation. So what is OpenFNAF? OpenFNAF strives to be many things. Free and open source re-implementation of the first 4 Five Nights at Freddy's titles. A Doom/Quake-esque engine to allow for versatility and easy use in other projects. And a learning experience for embedding a scripting language into a project and communicating between the binary or the engine and said language. I clicked the bad button on accident. So Doom/Quake-esque ? So what I mean by that is the games are completely separate from the engine binary. So the benefit of this is being able to use the engine for custom projects without needing to recompile or make changes. And the game code is powered by an easy and light language. In this case, it's Lua. And, Lua's icky to a lot of people. And, I used to feel the same way. But Lua being built with standard C libraries makes it fast. And there's probably already a port to any platform I'd want OpenFNAF to be on. So it's less work for me as well. So Lua in OpenFNAF just executes a full-fledged C function. So anyone who doesn't want to use Lua and doesn't mind recompiling the engine can just write it all in C. This example here, there's a Lua function for pre-caching sounds that just executes the C function for sound pre-caching. So why FNAF anyway? Why not? But also, official builds are really memory hungry because Multimedia Fusion, now known as ClickTeam Fusion, doesn't have any sort of proper memory management. So every asset that is used in a quote scene is just immediately stored in memory. So you have instances where, like in the screenshot, the original FNAF will eat up a whole gig of RAM, which doesn't make much sense to me. But showing the project running on a low memory device, like the PSP, is an excellent showcase in my opinion. So there's a few optimization techniques, and one of them is creating a memory manager inspired by early id-Tech's memory heap and block allocation system to ensure memory is never an issue. So basically what I mean by that is you allocate a large chunk of memory. So in the PSP would be like 32 megabytes. And then you would always pull from that 32 megabytes what are called blocks. I probably should have made an illustration for this. And when we get to a point where there are no blocks left, we look and see what we don't immediately need anymore, delete those to free up space for a new block. Another optimization technique, which is just a little more basic, just manually editing these images to trim out what doesn't need to be there. FNAF has a big issue with scenes with minimal changes are completely separate graphics. So this is the dining area example, where typically, you'd have your dining area with absolutely nothing in it, just a standard dining area. Then there'd be a completely separate graphic, which is the entirety of the dining area. And you'd have, your rabbit dude in there. So I trim that all out, only take what we need. And this saves both RAM and video memory, which makes it a breeze. So regarding build dates, I don't have an ETA, mostly because I keep rewriting this thing. I had a showcase for CBPS, which is a Vita-oriented conference, where I showed it running on Vita, and it looked pretty much done core-wise, but I just rewrote it since then. So I really can't give any information on that, to be honest. That's all I have regarding this one. I'll take questions.
Hello, a question from my side. You were speaking of manually editing images, and Have you considered using texture atlases? For example, Atlas C, which I use in Spelunky PSP for aggregating a set of image, and Atlas C returns a JSON file with a list of UV coordinates for each of the subsequent image in the texture.
That's a pretty good idea and something I might consider. But what bothers me the most is forcing the user to do something like that. While it is more optimal, I feel there needs to be a balance between what's easy for anyone using the engine to do and also doesn't absolutely murder performance as a result.
Sure, thanks.
Oh, let me throw one together real quick and I'll get right back on that. No. That's your roadmap. Yeah, sorry, it won't run at 8K at 240 FPS. That's too low. It'd be at least 500.
One more question by me.
What's up?
FNAF World when?
FNAF World when? To be quite honest, the way this engine is set up, it honestly feels like a real shame I'm advertising it as a FNAF engine, because it's really, really diverse. And you honestly could do something like FNAF World without, like tearing off an arm and a leg. But
Okay, another question. Is it better to write FNAF World on a different engine or keep making on OpenFNAF?
You'd probably want to use a different engine for that, just so you aren't wasting features of OpenFNAF.
Oh, okay, that's clear.
Question.
What's up?
Will it support MP4s and video footage, or is it only just PNGs at this time?
MP4 is something that I consider. But when it comes to deciding between file formats, your biggest issue is dealing with what your platform supports in terms of codecs. Like for the PSP, it's very picky. You have to use the specific Sony MP4 codec. Meanwhile, on PC, you can use WebM or pretty much any form of the MP4 container you can throw in it. So it's really just an issue of finding what works and what doesn't, and if it isn't too difficult for the user to use it, if that makes sense.
That does.
And another one by me.
What's up?
You made more than just a game. It's an engine. Did you try to contact the scout captain?
No, I haven't. It's really not something I want to do. I feel, a little unnerved by it because someone was working on a project a few months ago, maybe a year ago now, where they were remaking FNAF 2 inside of Game Maker Studio, and they were making like custom models and assets and stuff. But like Scott took it down anyway, and they made up at the end. But it's just the fact that I probably shouldn't contact him about a project that isn't done yet, because I don't want to be at risk of not being able to work on the project anymore.
Yep.
Poggies.
Another question by Simon is him. Is he writing a FNAF port on C or C++, by the way?
It's raw C. I'm not a fan of C++.
All right.
Cool beans.
Okay, thanks, Mother, for the OpenFNAF presentation. You're actually up next again, because the next presentation is CrossCraft, which is Iridescent and Moto Legacy's work. So
I'm just gonna let Arid talk.
Oh,
okay.
Okay then.
Well, I can talk if you'd like me to. We can take turns.
Yeah, sure.
You know I don't mind taking turns. Ooh woo.
Okay then.
Clapping time?
Indeed.
Go for it.
No claps for Moto, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, it's a bit late, but better than never.
Time to stream at 2560 by 1440 and 1080. Two
Yeah,
different sources.
120 FPS.
60 FPS, of course.
Poggers.
No, that's not gonna work. There we go.
What
Yeah,
do
we'll
you
try
mean
this.
not?
All right, so welcome to CrossCraft by Moto Legacy and myself. Let's see if it actually works on stream.
I can see it just fine.
Yay. Okay, everything is working. So let's go ahead and get started with this presentation then. So basically, the CrossCraft team is made of me, Moto Legacy, and Regen Studios. And what we're attempting to do is going to be trying to capture the nostalgia of older versions of Minecraft. So this would go through things like Minecraft Classic, InDev, InfDev, Alpha, Beta, and eventually the old official releases as well. It's sort of just like a progression sort of project where we want to work on the various different aspects of the game and bringing some of that good old feels back. Basically, the development cycle would start from the oldest to the newest, obviously. Kind of makes the most sense. This could also be considered the simplest to the most complex. So the first version would be CrossCraft Classic. It's going to be based on a very simple sort of core engine, and it would be similar to sort of Lamecraft or Revision 30, that sort of type of game at that point. The base engine would be revised as needed for newer versions, and this would help to add complexity, such as infinite worlds and things like that, without necessarily excessively scaling the code base as well. It would also have to be modular and easily modifiable code to allow users to generate their own custom content, meaning that people can make mods if they want to, if they just want to touch the source code as well. The final one would be sort of the base engine would basically be remaining the same from alpha until version 1.3, because version 1.3, the official release by the way, made some client server changes that drastically changes the way that you have to write the game. So let's go ahead and talk about CrossCraft Classic as it is right now. So it's not released yet, but it is the very first version of CrossCraft. It's actually currently incredibly fast right now. The entire 128 by 128 by 128 original world will generate in about 0.4 seconds on the PSP hardware. This is all hardware tested numbers. And it chunk meshes, so every single chunk that you see is generated within 30 milliseconds. And this means that the minimum frame rate is 30 FPS during the initial generation, and at all other times should stay strong up near that 60 FPS cap. It also has support for transparency already, which means that water is actually a separate mesh than opaque blocks. This helps with the drawing order so that you can always draw the things that are opaque first and then draw the transparent things on top of that, because they rely on being able to see what's behind them. This also has some simple collision detection, meaning that it has basically simple physics, so that you don't just like run or fly around straight through terrain. You can jump, you can move, you can walk around. So it has some simple water physics as well. So if you jump into the water, you can also swim upwards, and then you bounce on the surface of the water just like old Minecraft. So things that needed to be added to CrossCraft Classic before it would be released would be block placement and deletion, because that is an important thing in any building game that is based on building. And then also, we'd also need a simple creative inventory for people to be able to build with. We'd also like to add some trees, sand, and gravel patches to the terrain generation. This will probably take the terrain generation speed to be a little bit slower, but it's also going to make it more have more quality. Also adding ore spawns using the proper method, which is creating oblate spheres within inside of the terrain at a given size with given numbers of tries and a random chance for it to generate. And then also adding flowers, you always have to make everything look pretty. And the most complicated part would be skylighting, which is essentially when you ray march from y equals 128 to y equals 0, and then basically if it makes a contact, it means that that has a skylighting value of, I believe it's 15, which means that's the maximum brightness, and then everything aside from that, as light disperses, goes down 1. So that's pretty much the most complicated thing, which would be block lighting. So there are some other thoughts and sort of notes for in development and infinite development. So in development versions would add survival, mobs, that's the key features. It also would provide simple inventory management and crafting, and these baseline features should remain the same throughout the game. It would also add block lighting as and visual lighting as a concept. Visual light is what you actually see, which is the block light plus the skylight, bound to the range of 0 to 15 inclusive. And basically this area is going to describe how bright things should look. The other thing would be infinite development. Infinite development changes the terrain generation system and makes significant performance challenges for us to do. Terrain generation on the fly needs to be carefully worked on to be practical in this sense, and game complexity should not increase significantly once we finish InfDev, with a few separate notes onward, which are going to be other changes that actually might add some level of complexity. So in alpha, the majority of changes in alpha are actually just going to be adding blocks and adding content. And the most important thing here would be redstone ticks. That would be a rather simple subsystem to implement, but it would also create some very interesting interactions that you need to make sure that don't create bugs, and it can change the game state quite a bit. For example, the most famous one is redstone piston quasi-connectivity. Even though that's a 1.7.3 feature, it's due to the way that redstone works that you have piston quasi-connectivity. So blocks can be powered from things that are not directly beside them, unlike any other block in the game.
Iridescent, just interrupting you very quickly to say that the chat window is currently blocking some of your slide on the stream. You might want to just fix that.
Okay, well, no chat. Goodbye, chat. You guys are not important. Just kidding. Okay, so then beta would also have a few things. Beds themselves affect the timers and tick timing. It shouldn't be too impactful of a change, but you do have to make sure that you're doing some sanity checking to make sure that when we switch from one time to another, do we actually update everything based on that time? That's just a sort of thing there. And it also shouldn't cause double ticking, which would be when the time changes. It might also affect redstone ticks, so we have to make sure that redstone ticks are not reliant on timer ticks as well. 1.8 is another big update. While the combat mechanics itself changes a little bit and hunger is added to the game, neither of those things change anything too significantly. The real issue is actually going to be sort of the terrain generation changes, which creates new biomes and different ways that you have to blend between the biomes. As for official releases, 1.3 introduces the new client server system, which would require a major refactor of any sort of code base that we have. And the other big one, actually, that I didn't mention for official release would be 1.7, which is the update to change the world, because that one also changes quite a bit. 1.13 would be another one that would do it, but that's almost out of scope at this point. Alongside the upcoming 1.17 completely messes with everything. 1.13 also has the big block ID change called the flattening, where basically everything is given a different ID. It doesn't use the full 16 bits of a number. It uses a sort of different system. So, questions?
Yeah, where was my turn?
You get to answer all the questions then.
Oh, no thanks. Good presentation.
Hey, Moro.
Is this slide a
So-
roadmap? No.
But wait, it was.
It definitely was not. There were no dates, there were no deadlines.
You know, I read all that and it looks like a roadmap. You lie.
It would be a roadmap, but it doesn't have the date component there.
Ah.
What about shaking camera while walking? Did you add that already? I believe in the initial Minecraft Classic there isn't actually any camera shake, which is sort of, it's also the mode where people don't use view bobbing, I'm pretty sure. And that can always be added or changed. Are you looking to add any features that would differentiate it from Minecraft, or are you looking for a one-to-one faithful? I would say that probably one-to-one faithful is the idea of a project that's built around nostalgic Minecraft, is that it has to be different. Would this be the continuation of Minecraft PSP or a different project? I'd say it's probably a different project at this point. If CrossCraft is fast and doesn't stutter, could we get 8 to 12 players in multiplayer mode? That would really depend on what hardware the server is on. If the server is on a PSP, I would highly doubt that we would get more than maybe 2 to 4. Maybe that on a slim model. Otherwise, I would say that you would probably be single player or maybe dual player on a PSP fat. Will it also crash when you press start? No. Will it crash when you create a world or open one? It has
will
not.
explode your house.
Yes, the PSP will explode. That is definitely there.
Spoiler.
When will we get a full-speed Xbox 360 emulator on the PSP? Never.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. It's dropping tomorrow. Actually dropped yesterday, sorry. Is there going to be a modding API? So, like we said back here, the code base itself would be able to be modded very easily. So you could create your own custom content that way. But I wouldn't say that it would be necessarily a modding API, although that's a nice feature to have. Are there any other questions?
I got one question.
Yes.
Will you be updating the Minecraft like Notch did? Like each version is some changes from the real Minecraft.
Like walking through every version? So like walking through
Yeah.
all that?
Like Notch did.
That would be a cool idea, actually. I'm not sure if that would be practical, but I think that
well, with major revisions, that would be a
yeah,
nice
definitely
idea.
for major additions. I'm not so sure about things like Alpha 1.0.14, 1.0.15, 1.0.16, for example, patches that added 1 or 2 blocks or changed 1 or 2 things or fixed 1 or 2 bugs.
Yeah, you can skip that.
I would say like.
And also, why is this
1.1,
called?
1.2.
What's this called? Why is this called CrossCraft? It's like
the idea
cross-platforming.
The idea would be that it would work on pretty much any platform, using Stardust Engine.
Stardust.
Yeah.
So I'll be able to join my Minecraft beta server on my PC on one Wi-Fi, right?
That would be one of the things that would be looked into. The issue is that multiplayer before the Netty rework is quite different, and also multiplayer in alpha and beta is different as well. So it really depends on sort of that as well. I'm not sure if it would be able to be connected to by PC Java Edition, but it could be connected to by PC CrossCraft, probably. If that makes sense. So if you're using a PC client of CrossCraft, you could join it. But if you were trying to join from Java Edition, I don't think that would be practical for anything before 1.7 official release. Because 1.7 is when they made massive networking changes as well.
Yep. Do you want to make any integrations with Classic?
With
Have you
Classic.
heard about the Classic?
That's the C re-implementation of Classic.
Yeah, originally it was on Java, then it turned into C#, and right now, since 2017, it's on C.
I do not know. I would have to look more into that specific project and everything to figure out what would be done in that regard, or if anything should be done.
Yeah, I can help you with that. It's like I'm from that community. I can contact the developers. I can discuss it.
Yeah, that would be interesting in a more mature phase of the project, yes. I will always keep everything open in that way. I wouldn't necessarily commit to doing one thing or the other. So right now that's an open door. Is that it?
Yeah, I think that's it.
All right.
Woo!
Yay.
Well, thank you, Irid and Moto, of course, for the for the presentation. Sorry you didn't get a turn, Moto, but that's okay. Next up, we have Iridescent again, presenting Monika PSP.
Indeed. Give me one moment to get this up. I was going to do a video for this, but then that didn't happen. Mainly because editing is hard. I don't know how I have this up, but okay. So this should be... Everyone can see the screen, right? Okay. Now I'll just transition the scene. Alright, so here we go. Just Monika. By me. So why did I do this? Number one, I really loved Act 3 from Doki Doki Literature Club. I feel like it was the best designed part of the game. It was super fun just to have the entire story go through the first time, and then like Act 3 happens, and it is just completely different from the rest of the game. It's not at all related to it's not at all like the similar sort of style where it's storytelling, and as much as storytelling is nice, I really liked this part specifically because it felt like you were kind of more interactive. Basically what Act 3 is, if you don't know, is basically an infinite loop with 70 different voice lines that let you really get to know the character of Monika. It feels really interactive and it really kind of feels like someone's there. That's kind of just the nature of the way that the person wrote it, but it's quite an experience. I also wanted to try out working on something that's sort of like a visual novel engine. It's the first time I ever decided to like make a visual novel type of thing, and I wanted to test what I could do with that. I also wanted to learn about how games like this actually functioned inside, so I learned a lot about RenPy, and which is the initial engine that Doki Doki was made on, and things like that as well. So that was kind of useful. So expanding after doing the initial demo was just a complete carbon copy of the actual game. It had the static background sprite, it had a simple text box with simple text animations, and it played through all of those different lines. But that's not exactly what I wanted to know, so I decided to go ahead and attempt to recreate Monika Afterstory mod. The mod actually adds a lot more interaction, it adds more personality customization, gives you menu choices, and everything actually depends on what your inputs are. If you, for example, don't say something for a long time, then they're like that's actively recognized, and you're somewhat punished for that. You have to make choices in a certain way. Based on what choices, the character remembers that, so therefore they basically remember you, and memories are persistent. It's not just running through a blank script, everything is saved. And that was sort of a cool idea from my standpoint. So some of the challenges here, well, Monika After Story has thousands of lines of character code for positions, and when I mean thousands of lines, I actually went through the files and counted it. It's over 70,000 lines of character code positions, which obviously hogs a bunch of memory. It's very hard to execute, and well, quite clearly, it's very inefficient. The application itself takes 700 megabytes when like the actual assets for the mod itself is somewhere near like 400. And it's actually quite easy to solve that because every single character code means something. When it's like 5QACX or whatever it is, 1 EAC is another one. For example, that code actually just means something that you can directly figure out. Okay, 1 means a certain character position. E refers to a specific mouth position, eye position. Then you can also add optional tags in there and things like that. So it's really easy to parse that. You could actually probably parse it as a regular expression as well. But the way that I did it is simply to go ahead and look at every single character, what it possibly meant, and decipher that based on the length of the character code. So therefore, I built an entire 70-line decoder function. It's one of the things that I really had fun doing, and it can solve the problem, and it actually allows you to have more options than were initially specified. There's like 4,000 something actual character positions that are used in the entire mod, but this decoder system actually allows you to use all the 1 million plus combinations that you can have of character positions. The other problem MAS has is it had extremely large textures, and by that I mean every single texture in the game is 1280 by 720 for some reason, including, okay, just one position with the eyes. So like literally just her eyes is a 1280 by 720 sprite. There's like 20 different variants of that. So that's obviously not an efficient way of handling things. So basically, the easiest solution is making it smaller, cutting it, and also figuring out where the positions are. So to make it smaller, obviously you just downsample it to 40 by 272, and then you cut around it, and then place that to be relatively positioned on the screen to be at the same exact position. And that will apply for basically every single effect. Another issue was RAM and fill rate limits. So the game on the 64 megabyte model, I believe, takes up 40 megabytes because of the textures, and when you go ahead and downscale even more, you can get it down to 20 something megabytes as well. The other issue is fill rate, because trying to render all those textures, obviously you can't have 40 megabytes in VRAM because there's only 2 megabytes or 4 megabytes now of VRAM. So you're not going to be able to pass everything through VRAM. So you're going to be somewhat limited on the amount of texture fill rate that you can have because you don't have enough bandwidth. The solution was to basically optimize as hard as I could and push for at least 24 FPS and use smoother animations. So for example, sort of trying to fade in text and things like that made it really effective on the hardware to actually look like somewhat good, despite being at a low frame rate due to the bandwidth problems. The other problem here was they have a lot of scripts, and some of them have very deep functional complexity. And for this, I actually didn't implement some of these deep functional complexity. I would choose certain choices and things like that. That would be the most frequent choice. For example, you're not going to likely say something insulting on purpose and things like that. And other things which rely too much on game state knowledge. Which relied also on being able to execute Python like sort of inline, which wasn't something in the scope of what I wanted to do. Let's go ahead and take a look at a demo now of the actual thing. So I have PSP. I'm not using the 64-bit, which might be heresy. I don't know. It's not in my recently executed, that's fun. Okay, let's go ahead and see desktop. Here we go. should take a second. I'm not sure if you can hear that. Can anyone confirm that they have audio?
No.
Darn. I might have to capture specifically. Stream can hear it, but you guys can't. I think it's fine though, but obviously we have background music going on here. So you can go ahead and play through the game sort of as you want. I defaulted the character named Dave, but as you can see, if you just make it full screen, the character themselves is actually doing every single pose, and that's based upon the sort of posing system. There are 6 different poses that the character does, and various different poses for all of these sort of animations. And then she says her voice lines. There's another key combo where you can just take a look at the character and disable this little chat window. And basically the background here is showing daytime right now. It's actually based on your PSP time. So if it's like nighttime, the background here will change to be like sort of night thing. The weather is also randomly determined based on the day. So for example, there's rain and thunder as well. And then if you are in a snowy season, it's also going to have snow. And then there's entire dialogue here. You can actually quit the game, and it still saves sort of your state. It just happens to be a different reload. But you can go ahead and open up the customization JSON, and you can actually go ahead and customize your entire game if it ever loads. Oh, I opened it in the complete wrong thing that I did not want to. So for example, we have various different positions here. For example, you have your hair, so you can change what hairstyle they have. So you can do, there's different hairstyles. So if I just change the hairstyle here, I don't want that. So if I just change the hairstyle, I have to open up PPS's PP. If I change the hairstyle, as you'll notice, her hair did change. So that's one of the changes there. Another one is that you can change the outfit that the character wears as well. This is determined on load up. It doesn't change dynamically in the game, which is technically a feature that is sort of missing, but it has the same effect. And I need to keep the actual thing open itself. So you can change the different sort of clothing that you can have here. So this would also do that. So you can change your character's outfit depending on the things that you go here, and you can also change the ribbon color. So if you go back to the default look, you can change the ribbon. You have white, black, blue, dark purple, emerald gray. You have all of these different ones. So let's just go ahead and change it to red, and then reopen the program. And then there we go. And now they're wearing a red bow instead, and you can go ahead and customize this through just an entire JSON file. So this is one of the customization things that I decided to add, which was sort of important to me, to mimic the actual experience, because you had so much variety in character customization. One thing that I would like to add is you can actually add in in-game objects, so you can have different objects that are interacted with by the character itself too. So I will go back to my presentation and ask if anyone has questions.
Me.
Oh, go ahead, Master.
So, is there the way to change your the outfit of Monika inside the game, not touching the configuration file through the Explorer?
As I said when I was explaining that, you cannot change it during the course of the game. Although adding the feature to that would just literally involve reloading the sprites, so it wouldn't be hard to do. It would just need a user interface to do it, or maybe you just set up a
All
button
right.
combo. But you could do that. It's not
All right,
something that
Ace.
I did because it's impossible. It's something that I did because I didn't want to go through that.
Yeah, and another one is that can you modify the game fully to include a completely new characters
If you wanted to change all of
with
the
different text? Yeah,
Yeah, if you wanted to
yeah,
change
just change the asset files.
yes, you would just have to change the asset files to change what character you wanted, and then you could also just change the scripts to say different things. So I'll show you really quickly. If you go into the assets folder, not the raw, but the normal scripts here, these scripts all show different sort of things. So, for example, the main one I believe is it's either messages or it's, let's see if it's messages. I think it could also be topics.
That's interesting.
So, actually, no, it is topics. Never mind. It's topics. So the way that this works is that you have a unique position code followed by a sort of thing here, and it also allows you to use some meta sort of changes here. So you can have
Tags.
you can have player tag, things like that. There are only a few tags that are actually implemented in this, so you would need to make some modifications to the engine to add things, just add other tags. But then, yeah, you can go ahead and change every single position. You can change all of that as well. And then to modify the assets, you would actually just go into images. And then I believe, number one, you could change the room as well. And the room actually changes if it's, for example, if it's December 25th, it actually does show the Christmas overlay. If it's October 31st, it shows a Halloween overlay, things like that. And then there's also different versions of the room for daytime
Sweet.
versus nighttime. And then that's that. And then, yeah, you can go ahead and change, well, not accessories. You can change the body and stuff like that, and the sort of facial features as well. So, for example,
Sexual
this is
content.
emojis and all that stuff as well. So you have quite a few options there if you want to change. And most of these are just from
Yes,
the raw
I'm
thing.
looking at this project that it's way more bigger than it is. Like you can build your own stories, your own characters, speech lines, you know. It's not
Yeah, if
just
you
all
wanted to.
about Monika.
Yes, of course.
And also, can you upgrade the AI by adding some behavior variables such as like is she like good? What is her behavior
That
like
would be an in-engine
yandere?
thing that I didn't implement from MAS, but it would be
Yeah,
a
that would be cool.
that would be something that you could add relatively feasibly. Um, you would have to give decision text, and then on decision text you have to weigh it slightly, or you could also give the AI just has random moods, which probably is not the best way to do it. It should be player related. Like if the player does something good, then her mood should be higher, right? But if the player does
Mm-hmm.
something bad, the mood goes lower. Not just, okay, for some reason she's
Yeah.
mad at me, or something like that. Even though it might feel like that in
What?
real life, right?
Yes, like a natural waifu in your PlayStation world. That's great.
Yes.
What about sounds?
So for all of the sounds, that's actually in the music. I've recoded these to be BGM files, so you could do that. I
Uh-huh.
don't believe some of these are actually loaded. In here is also the
Like,
file
can you
converter, so you can convert.
load some of your sounds and play in each situation?
So there isn't like a sound effect feature, if that's what you're sort of asking. So there's no like sound effects supported.
Yep.
But for example, there is ambient noises. So for example, rain and thunder, depending on your thing. So rain has its own sound effect, and then thunder also has its own sound effect. And I know that you can't hear
These are sound effects. I'm talking about. What if Monika said, "Oh, you cheated on me," and there comes dun dun. I'm talking about that.
Yeah, there's no sound
Yeah.
effect triggers like there is in Red Pie or things like that.
Okay, that was it.
Okay.
I have a question actually.
Yes.
So, obviously this is a visual novel style game. Could this be reworked into, say, if I wanted to make an Ace Attorney style game using this as a base? Could this be molded into different games as an engine, if that makes sense?
It could be. Although I would say is that I'm actually working on something right now that is like visual novel related. That is also going to be my final project for one of my classes. That's going to be basically cross-platform as well. It uses SDL, so it would probably just be portable to PSP as well.
Okay, thanks.
So, yes, but there's also more coming, right?
Yeah.
Hold it. Objection.
Will this have multi-language support, and will there be localization? Localization would have to be dependent upon someone who actually modifies the scripts, and I know that this is actually the problem with the Monika After Story mod as well. They don't have any sort of localization aside from people forking the actual project and then going ahead and working on it that way. Will there be multi-language support? I don't believe that the text font that I used has that sort of support, and I also don't believe that the parser that I'm using has multi-language support, but we can always test that. Amogus Monika official. Yes. It's confirmed, Among Us Monika.
So you can't make localization.
Not with the way it is currently, no. And it's actually a problem
if
that
you
also
can't, you
stems
just...
from the design of the original project too.
Do you mean design about the font?
The design of Monika After Story is written in such a way that it doesn't have an easy translation system. You would have to, yeah, and as an artifact of that,
No,
it also kind
you
of comes through. You have to
you
modify
can
the
leave it
entire
to
script.
yes, you can leave it to localizators so they can fix it up. You can just leave an option for multi-languages, just like that.
Yes, people can create their own.
That would be great.
Yeah, people can create their own multi-languages thing. And I think that
And then they
it
just
should work.
contribute your project, and you roll them into the list of credits, contribution.
Yeah. The text is hard coded into the code. No, it is not. All of the text is controlled inside of a script. Here, one of these. I think it's topics is the one that has the majority of it. But yeah, so everything it's not hard coded into the source code. It's just inside of the script, and you can modify that script as the end user. So you could translate it, and you could work that way. I think you just need to insert a font that actually contains those things as well. But that's all that you really need. So it's not hard to add localization. But as in, if you meant like, oh, you need an in-game like language menu, that wouldn't be something that the engine would support. And I think that's it.
I think that's it, yeah.
Entire version went.
It never gets old. Okay, well, thanks, Irid, for the Monika presentation. Next up is DeSmuME, which I'll be presenting on Zero's behalf. Just give me 1 second. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yep.
All good?
Yep.
Okay. So, as you can probably tell by now, DeSmuME PSP is a port of the popular DS emulator DeSmuME from PC to PSP. So, DS emulation on PSP it's something that people thought about for many years in the early years of the PSP because people realized that there was a big power gulf between these two systems. But other than a proof of concept by a guy called Yoshihiro about 12 years ago, there's been very little effort since. And so that's recently changed. So the people involved are Zero, Halide, Iridescence, and my name is on there for some reason. I'm not really involved. But Zero and Halide are the main ones doing work on the dynamic recompiler, or the core of the emulator, effectively. And Iridescence has done some help with hardware optimization as well. So, after 1 year of development, here's what's been done. Hardware 3D rendering has been implemented, which is to say that the GPU is now being used to tackle some 3D rendering. An ARM to MIPS Dynarec is currently implemented. So, to say that in English, what's happening is what would be an ARM instruction on the DS's ARM CPU is being translated to MIPS using a much more efficient dynamic recompiler or Dynarec system than what a more basic emulator would use in the form of an interpreter, which does things line by line. We have hardware frame buffer rendering now, which is to say that frame buffers are now handled by the GPU, which brings some great performance benefits compared to storing them in RAM. The media engine is used to emulate the entire 2D GPU. So what's happening here is that DS had two graphics cores, if you will, a 3D core and a 2D core. The 2D core is currently being handled in software by the media engine, while, as I said above, the 3D rendering is being handled by the PSP's main GPU. Touchscreen is implemented, and this is something that people have been asking a lot of questions about. So the way the touchscreen is working right now is the analog stick controls the bottom screen, or the touch on the bottom screen. And right now, the consensus is that we will use the note button on PSP models that have one to act as a touch, but we'll probably figure out some hotkeys or some keybinds later for, say, the PSP Street that doesn't have this button. We have hardware sound decoding, so now dedicated PSP hardware is being used to decode the sound rather than it all being lumped onto the main CPU. Finally, we have VFPU matrix calculation. So again, instead of everything being lumped onto the single CPU, the VFPU, the vector floating point unit, is now handling matrix calculations itself, which helps to take some load off. And as well as that, the VFPU is generally faster at these kind of tasks compared to the CPU anyway. So the overall speed gain in 2D games is up to 300%. It's a huge, huge leap over the original proof of concept, DS on PSP by Yoshihiro, over 10 years ago. It helps, of course, that this is based on a newer version of DeSmuME than what was used back in perhaps 2007. But either way, there's been some huge progress in the last year just on the PSP. But there is still a lot of room for improvement. So the media engine I mentioned, in its current state, the media engine is being used to emulate the 2D GPU. 2D rendering is actually kind of difficult to do in hardware because it's not quite as straightforward as 3D in many ways. In fact, a lot of modern GPUs will tackle 2D by literally using a 3D rendering scheme, if you will, and using a fake 2D because it's just simpler that way. The speed gain of doing this, as opposed to emulating all of the 2D graphics on the main CPU, is roughly 20 to 40%. And of course, by doing this, by keeping all of the 2D on one CPU and the rest of the code on the other, we improve the system balancing overall. So there's a great speed benefit to be had here. However, this can cause some glitches due to corrupted values in RAM. So as you can see here, especially in the rightmost photograph for Yoshi's Island, there are some incorrectly rendered textures and the coordinates are wrong. And this is because in the process of sending the data or the code or the whatever relevant data is being sent between the CPU and the media engine, sometimes bits are lost in translation or effectively lost during this communication. Just small little mistakes. As you can see, the game is still working, but coordinates, for example, can sometimes get corrupted. So what can we expect from future versions? So right now, the Dynarec is currently being developed by Glide and Zero. As I mentioned, the Dynarec is going to be it is effectively the core of the emulator. It is what is translating instructions from the DS to the PSP. And so it's really central to the operation of the emulator. 50% of instructions right now are ported. In other words, they're being translated using a dynamic recompiler. And this is based on the PC's x86 Dynarec. However, since the PSP is based on the MIPS architecture, this doesn't carry over exactly, and that's why Glide and Zero have had to rework the Dynarec themselves. But already this shows potential for full-speed emulation in many games. The main goal with DeSmuME on PSP is effectively really fast CPU emulation, since that is by far the main bottleneck. So the plan now is to make a block optimizer, and what this does is it analyzes the instructions before execution, and that reduces the overall overhead that avoids instruction repeats. So effectively, this block optimizer will check and see if an instruction is already loaded in the register and will save time because it'll say, hold on, this instruction is already loaded in this register. We don't need to do this again. It's a small thing to reduce overhead, but when we're trying to make the CPU emulation as fast as possible, it's these things that could really make a difference. And even the ME usage or the media engine usage will be optimized by using threads. With threading, the ME will also emulate audio with almost no slowdown. The plan is to use a library called ProtoThreads to efficiently do this. So, future ideas and implementation. HLE ARM7. So this is basically to say high-level emulation is what HLE stands for, and ARM7 is the DS's main CPU. So the plan would effectively be to this is HLE for the DS's second CPU. So with the DS, the second CPU was not directly accessible for developers. They could use a series of official functions to access the second CPU, and they would be able to, say, decode sound on it, or handle touch or auxiliary input. But they couldn't write code to it directly. They couldn't write their own custom code to it. And so, to save some performance, the idea would be to emulate just the functions that Nintendo allowed developers to use. While this could potentially introduce problems with DS homebrews that do write custom codes and break the limits, this would save a lot of time for commercial games if implemented correctly. But again, it's still an idea. So the next thing on the list is, as I mentioned, the Dynarec block optimizer. As I explained, this helps to avoid repeating instructions and save some CPU time. Complete hardware 3D rendering. As I mentioned, hardware 3D rendering is not quite complete yet, and so taking more load off the CPU will help to generally balance the system better. The GPU is currently doing very little, in all honesty, compared to the CPU, which is holding up the large majority of the emulation. So by shifting some work over to the GPU, we're just creating a better system balance. We hope to add save states as well, which, if anyone here has been living under a rock and has never used an emulator, basically means that the state of the game in RAM is saved, so you can pick it up immediately, rather than going through the game's actual save system. And then finally, ME threading, which hopes to thread the system more effectively so that, say, we have audio on one thread and the 2D GPU on another. So, does anyone have any questions? I'm not actually able to see the chat right now, so if someone could just call out the questions, that would be great.
Well, I do have a question, actually.
Yeah, go
on. What kind of games run at full speed at the moment? Are there any?
So no games quite reach full speed right now. I'd imagine you could find some simple homebrew demo that does run at full speed, but for the time being, nothing is quite there yet. There are some games that do come very close, like you saw on the other side, the Zookeeper reaches 49 FPS out of 60, which is to say that will definitely be brought up to effectively full speed once the emulator is completed, but no, nothing right now.
Good, thank you.
Right, I have a question from Random about bits being lost in ME. I have no idea how ME coding works, but could you do some basic error checking, like using something similar to parity bits?
Yeah, and that's a fair question. So the ME isn't really my side. In fact, I'm not as directly involved in this emulator as I might have been in the past. But I would presume that eventually we're going to implement some system to detect when values are being corrupted in RAM, although right now I can't tell you the specifics because it's not my area. Perhaps Zero could answer that question at a later time.
Question we have here from Denise is, will there ever be any multiplayer features?
See, this is a difficult one because DeSmuME's official support for multiplayer has been very shaky, historically. So while I don't want to say yes or no either way, I would say don't hold your breath. And it is possible, so I don't want to rule it out completely. But given DeSmuME's historically unstable or shaky support for the system, as well as the effort required to port that over and get everything correct, I would tentatively say it's unlikely.
Another question from Durf Jagged. Could the bottom screen be displayed on the console and the top screen be output over the official component cable?
This is a really good question, and I think we were thinking about this at some point, because I know if you've ever seen the DS debug units, you can actually see that one screen is on the TV, the top screen, and then the other device has it on the bottom screen. Right now, I don't think that's in the works. To be honest, right now, the plan is just to get the two screens displayed on the PSP side by side, laid out horizontally. And right now, I just can't tell you about any plans for TV output. Is there anything else from the YouTube chat? I see Ianel has a question there in the Discord, but okay, I'll answer that in the meantime. So the DS is using a really optimized power-saving media codec called MobiClip that is on a lot of games. Did you have issues with it, or maybe you didn't hear at all about it, which would be understandable? So like I said, I haven't been as hands-on with the development of this emulator. I do know that FMV games have been tested on this emulator, and as far as I know, they do work. But I'm going to have to double check on that. I haven't seen any discussion about MobiClip specifically, but I presume, like anything else, it will be emulated just as if it was running on DS hardware. Okay, is there anything on the YouTube channel? Oh yeah, go
on. Are you planning on uploading the list of the games that supports by your emulator?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, there's an incomplete compatibility list right now in the Discord. I can't actually remember whereabouts it is, but I'm sure if you search the channel, you will find it. The reason we've been hesitating to get a proper compatibility list right now is because the emulator is changing so fast. You know, we're adding so many more instructions to the DynoRec, we're fixing so many bugs, that what might work today might not work tomorrow, and vice versa. So there is a kind of work in progress compatibility list, but do take it with a grain of salt. Okay, well, if there's nothing from YouTube, then that's all I have. Could anyone just check for me? Because I actually can't see it on my screen.
I have a question.
Yeah, go on. Last one.
Just because no one else asked it, and I feel like being the one that asked this type of question.
Okay.
So when you gave the example of full speed or near full speed with most titles, would you include the demanding titles like Pokemon Black and White in that instance?
I feel like Pokemon is going to be one that's going to get a lot of requests for pretty obvious reasons.
That's why I was asking about it.
Yeah, exactly. So
Requesting it right now.
so the truth about Pokemon is, yeah, it is a very demanding title. Especially if we're going into the DSi titles, I'd really be unsure about those running at full speed, or the DSi enhanced, rather.
Well, the only enhancement in Black White 2 is just the better network features. It doesn't
Oh, is that
utilize
all?
any. Yep.
Okay. Well, then, yeah, there's absolutely a hope of that. As far as the Pokemon games themselves, they are historically very demanding, a lot more demanding than a lot of games on the DS. So they wouldn't be straightforward, and I would hesitantly say no, they probably wouldn't reach full speed in the PSP. But there's plenty of time and room for development that I can't be sure. So maybe. All right, I did say that was the last question, so thank you for watching. And actually, up next, I'm going straight into another presentation, which is the nullDC one. So I think we can skip the round of applause until after this one. So I'm presenting again for Zero here, but this is the nullDC emulation for PSP. We actually got a lot of questions about this one because people weren't sure if the PSP could emulate the Dreamcast, and to be quite honest, some people still aren't. So hopefully, over the course of this emulator, I can give you an answer as to whether this is realistically achievable. So how can the PSP emulate the Dreamcast? Well, let's have a look at the hardware breakdown. So in terms of CPUs, the PSP has two MIPS R4000 CPUs running at a maximum of 333 megahertz. The Dreamcast has just one SH4 Hitachi CPU based on Sega's old arcade machines running at 200 megahertz. Well, I'm hesitant to give the comparison because megahertz can be a very misleading figure. I think in this case, with the two CPUs on the PSP running at higher clock speeds and at least a similar, if not newer architecture, we can definitely say that the PSP has more theoretical power. So as far as the GPU is concerned then, the PSP has a custom GPU that runs at 166 megahertz. On the PSP 1000, it has just 2 megabytes of VRAM, and on the later models, it has 4 megabytes. The Dreamcast has a Power VR2 GPU manufactured by NEC that runs at 100 megahertz but has 8 megabytes of VRAM. You're probably seeing right now that the PSP does have less VRAM, and I'll get to this later because this is the cause of probably one of our biggest causes of concern so far. RAM-wise, we're doing pretty okay because the PSP 1000 is 32 megabytes, and all later models are 64, of which most of that is usable by commercial, and, well, commercial software could only use the first 32, but because we're homebrew developers, we can use most of the 64 available to us. The Dreamcast, on the other hand, had 16 megabytes of main RAM and then an extra 2 megabytes for audio that totaled to 18 megabytes. So, speaking of audio, in terms of sound processing, the Dreamcast did have an additional processor, a Yamaha AICA, at 67 megahertz. Architecture I'm not quite sure of. And then the PSP had what we believe is an FPGA called the Virtual Media Engine, or the VME, running at 166 megahertz. And finally, the other point of contention is resolution. The PSP has a 480 by 272 resolution, and the Dreamcast runs at a full 640 by 480. So you can see there are a few key differences here. The PSP has lower resolution, has less VRAM, but otherwise is more than able to hold its own against the Dreamcast. The question is, how much room does it have, and can it actually emulate the system? So what can we expect from this project? Well, here's a quick comparison with the old unreleased build from 2009. Unfortunately, audio doesn't work through my stream, but sound emulation is not currently complete yet anyway, so you're not missing much. As you can see from the 2009 build of nullDC by the original author, it's running far, far behind. Zero and the team have done a really good job of speeding the emulator up. As you can see, the BIOS is running at more than half speed there compared to the crawling speed it's running at in 2009. It's already virtually in the menus by the time the 2009 build gets past the BIOS. And once you're in game, actually, I'll let it play for a minute. But you can see, unfortunately, it's hard to see on the top screen, but you can very clearly see the statistics on the top of the 2021 build. The video is about 2 minutes long, so we'll just let it get in game because there's something worth mentioning here. I believe it's around this screen where you'll start to see some kind of texture corruption because, as I said, hardware rendering is not quite there yet. There are still some issues with various games, including this one. But this served as a pretty useful point of comparison because both builds have issues and both builds are, quite frankly, not very fast right now. But this does show just how far ahead the 2021 build is. Oh, look, there we go, we're in game. So as you can see, it's actually, okay, maybe it's not running very fast, but you can see that rendering is complete, more or less. The game looks quite good on PSP hardware. But what you will begin to see, as you're beginning to see here, is that there is some clipping issues. The rendering is not quite perfect yet. As you can see just behind the car, the graphics are slightly disappearing as if the cutoff is wrong. The culling is incorrectly detecting where the screen boundary ends. But what's quite respectable here actually is the fact that the PSP is emulating Crazy Taxi at 20 frames per second. And finally, about 20 seconds later, the 2009 build is caught up. And it seems to be running at around 12 FPS, if I'm reading that correctly. You'll also start to see on the 2021 build, the graphics do start to break up here a bit at the bottom, but it is leaps and bounds ahead of the original 2009 build, which is flickering and has broken 3D graphics everywhere. Okay, well, I think you guys actually get the message by now because you've seen 3D rendering of both. So without further ado, this is the future plan. Complete and optimize the DynaRec. As I mentioned in the DS presentation, the DynaRec is the core of the emulation. It is what's translating every instruction from the original system to the new one. So by optimizing the DynaRec, we're hoping to bring emulation speeds up quite drastically. And then to add CDI support, no, that is not Philips CDI, not the legendary system itself, but rather support for the CDI format for Dreamcast games. And add sound emulation. Hopefully that's not too complicated, because the Dreamcast does support streamed audio, but uses a mix of streamed and MIDI audio. A lot of the time, Dreamcast audio is actually quite low in bitrate or resolution anyway, so hopefully this won't consume too much RAM. For instance, if we take Shenmue, it often used MIDI for background music, and speech files were about 48 kilobits per second. So hopefully that won't eat into RAM too much. But while I'm mentioning memory, the DynaRec will continue to consume memory, and this might become a concern for PSP 1000 models if they begin to run out of memory. However, right now we just can't say. All of these things are on the table, and hopefully we'll be able to achieve all of them, and we'll do as best as we can to get everything working on all models. And finally, use the ME to speed up the emulation. So right now, surprisingly, the ME is not really being used at all. The 20 FPS you're seeing there at Crazy Taxi, 33-35% speed, was done entirely on the main CPU with some hardware support. Now, of course, look, running 2 CPUs in parallel is not going to result in double the performance, because that's simply never the case. However, hopefully we can balance the system a bit better, bring up the CPU a bit, and just distribute the load between the two at least somewhat efficiently. As it's become clear, aside from VRAM, emulating the Dreamcast's very fast CPU, well, relatively fast CPU, is going to be a huge challenge for the PSP, and so any kind of speed up we can get by balancing the two will be very, very welcome. And so that's all I really have to say. Does anyone have any questions?
I have one.
Shoot.
If everything goes that smooth, can we in the future emulate Vita?
Sorry?
Can we emulate PS Vita in the future if that goes smoothly?
Well, no is the short answer. But I mean, you could always get a simple proof of concept going. You just never get good
Yeah.
speeds because not only is the PSP slower, but emulation requires multiple
Yeah,
times.
one FPS is great, you know.
I know, but look, hardware limitations are hardware limitations.
All right, now for the actual question. So you said that it's running on 20 FPS right now, right?
Yeah, in Crazy Taxi.
Yep. How do you think which FPS it will give you in the future?
It's really hard to say right now. My best guess would be that adding support for the media engine would bring FPS up by maybe 50%, and then completing the dynamic will further boost the frame rate. So honestly, I could see Crazy Taxi maybe doubling its performance by the time the emulator is quote unquote complete. But right now, it's hard to give an exact number. What I would say though, on the topic of frame rate, is that Crazy Taxi isn't the only game that works right now. If you look at Power Stone on the original 2009 build, the game is slow, but it's actually playable. You know what I mean? So hopefully, while full speed is maybe a pipe dream for most games, we do hope to get a lot of games running at playable speeds. And that's really all I can say about frame rates.
That's great.
Okay, so I see a few questions in the conference channel now. One from Random is, from my understanding, the lack of VRAM on PSP would be a big problem. So how is this being alleviated? Okay, so this is kind of the big issue. So because the PSP has at best half of the VRAM of the Dreamcast, a lot of problems are very obviously being presented. So the lower resolution would, in theory, because we're obviously rendering less pixels on the PSP, we're doing a bit less work. So that's a bit of it saved, but we still have a lot of ground to catch up. So the way the emulator is currently the way the emulator is currently catching up with this memory deficiency is it's rendering parts at a time and it's storing the rest of it in RAM. And transferring from RAM to VRAM is taking a long time and is being a source of a lot of emulation slowdown. And unfortunately, this just isn't something we can ever perfectly optimize because we just can't increase the VRAM available on the PSP. What we can do is maybe speed up the way the RAM VRAM transfers happen, but unfortunately, that's just going to be one part that we really are stuck on. I see a few other questions. I see Aidel is asking, can the VME's supposed FPGA be reprogrammed, like, for example, having a kind of hardware support for complex instructions? The truth is, there really isn't much information available on the VME, certainly not as much as we'd like. Hopefully, I mean, I've seen numbers online quote the VME alone is capable of about 6 gigaflops, excuse me. And that in theory would bring a huge emulation speed up. Because if the Dreamcast sound chip is only really decoding low bitrate sound files or playing MIDI files, the VME has a lot of spare time, and that too could be used to speed up the emulation. But right now, it's just really hard to say because nobody's really tried to reprogram the VME yet. I see one. Oh yeah, sorry, go on.
Ninja Weedle 64, will FMVs ever work on the lower resolution?
Yeah, I've actually just seen him say that in the conference channel as well. So I think in theory, the FMVs should render. If we're doing our job correctly and every instruction is being translated, then yes, in theory, the FMVs should work. But obviously, you have scaling to account for. And right now, I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. I presume at some point we will actually get working FMVs, but we won't be able to display it at full resolution on the PSP screen. In theory, TV output could work, but we're not really there yet.
Another question by Claude is for how long have you guys been working on nullDC?
Roughly a year now. So for context, the original author of nullDC did a PSP port just as a proof of concept, for giggles effectively. And that's what you saw as the 2009 build. The 2009 build was recently rediscovered, and that's what sparked the interest in this project, which has been going for roughly a year now.
From Brand Sonic, will this emulator support the Dreamcast's online features?
Now, this is another good question, because like with the DS, it's really hard to say anything conclusive about networking, because the difficulty is not only are you emulating another system, but the PSP's own networking is kind of an issue in itself. Because historically, the Dreamcast would use wired internet, for instance, while the PSP would be using WEP or WPA wireless internet. So I don't want to say never, because in theory you could certainly emulate it, but I would say right now, no. There are no plans to support network emulation at this time.
A question from commentator Rolji, is there a game compatibility list available?
Not right now, but please feel free to document what does and doesn't work right now. I'm sure there's going to be a space in the Discord to help you out with that.
Looks like all the questions from YouTube chat.
And that looks about all the questions from the from the conference chat, rather.
Can I
Have I
ask
missed
one?
anything? Yeah, go on.
So are 2D games much harder to emulate because of the resolution difference?
In general, 2D emulation is a bit weird because it's more difficult to hardware accelerate. But I have a feeling that in the Dreamcast case, they would actually handle 2D relatively similarly to the PSP. That is to say, a quote-unquote fake 2D rendered with a 3D engine. So, yeah, I can see where you're coming from with the resolution differences of 2D artwork. But my line of thought, honestly, is that it won't make too much difference. Perhaps there'll be some slightly strange scaling, but in theory, it shouldn't be any more difficult.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, is there anything else? Okay, that looks like it's it as far as I'm aware. So, thanks for joining both those presentations, guys. Now, up next, we have Zig PSP by Iridescent, as far as I'm aware.
Oh.
So take it away.
I was ready for Stardust. Never mind.
Don't worry.
Never mind. Okay. Well, that's fine. This should still work. You can see it, right? In Discord.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Let's do that then. I have to probably disable YouTube chat. There we go. Alright, so here we go. This will be Zig on the PSP. Okay, so first off, why would I use Zig? Number one, Zig is pretty fast. Zig is a very simple language. I like the language. Code goes burr. Zig is fun, and they have an awesome community. So those are the reasons that I wanted to use Zig. So, as we know, the Sony PSP is a retro console which is incredibly powerful for its time. It's based on two MIPS R4K processors at 333 MHz, a VFPU at 166, a GPU at 166, and 32 or 64 megabytes of RAM depending on your model. Why would you make homebrew? Because it's fun, it's challenging, we have a community, there's a sweet spot of specs. It's not too hard to make, but you're still going to run into hardware limits if you try too hard, or if you make something too difficult. It's also very open and well known because it's probably one of the only consoles that has this level of documentation and community around it. And then there are a bunch of creative problems that you're going to run into, and creative solutions are required for those creative problems. So where's Zig? Earlier in the year, this would be 2020 as the year, I guess, Rust PSP was born, showing that LLVM had a place on the PSP. Inspired by Rust and Andrew, who's the creator of Zig, his talks, I also wanted to go ahead and try to make Zig on the PSP. Started my journey on July 31st on a live stream where I just try to figure out how to even get it to compile and run something using a bunch of mixed libraries using LLVM, Rust, and a bunch of other tools. So for the tools that we needed to make a PRX, an SFO, and a PBP. An SFO file is a descriptor of the application or save file format as well. It basically just is a map of keys and values, and you can use SFOs in that way to go ahead and store data. For PBP files, these are the actual program archives. It contains the application data, including a background image, the icon, the SFO itself, and a PRX executable. And that's pretty much all that has. And then a PRX is a special type of ELF file. And I'm pretty much just using the C version of it because Zig and C are very compatible. For the PSP OS APIs, it would be important for any program, especially a homebrew game, to actually be able to use the OS of the PSP, and it needs to have a small and efficient wrapper around it. You can't just be making a call that takes forever. So the modules are functions using EABI calling convention, and it needs module import structures to be generated as well. The NIDs, or the named identifiers for which functions to include, also need to be listed. So in order to go ahead and do this in Zig, we used some of Zig's features, such as compile time execution. So we had compile time global assembly, which basically was assembly that was being generated, so code that is being generated at compile time. So it's basically a program running at compile time to generate code that would be included in the final compiled program. So it's using these sort of macros, these assembly macros, to make these structures. Each module is lazy analyzed, meaning that if you're not using a module, so if I'm not using, I don't know, the display controller, which I'm not sure what application you're doing, but if I'm not using the display controller, it's not going to include everything that I need from the display controller, which helps with a lot of the both compile time and the size of the application. So it dynamically is checking, okay, well, am I using audio in this application? If I'm not using audio, then I'm not going to include or compile audio into the program itself. We also created a generation macro that basically fixes pretty much almost all of the ABI clashes with some compile time ABI wrapping. So if a function takes more than 4 arguments as specified, you have to go ahead and rewrap the function in order to deal with the incompatibility between O32 and EABI calling conventions. So just doing that, we have a way of doing that. You specify the number of arguments that a function has. Alongside that, it needs to be generated in a wrapper. And with a very, very simple piece of code, you can actually go ahead and check and make that wrapper function work without having to necessarily just rewrite it all those many times. We also created a modular build script to make compiling as easy as calling a single function. So all you would have to do is create your build Zig script file, and all you need to do for that is you just import the PSP build file, and then all you just do is call build for PSP your application. And you can specify all of these different options, and you can include a JSON file that describes your application as well for the SFOs and things like that. So let's see. Here's what hello world looks like. So pretty much all we're doing is creating a constant variable for the PSP namespace, and we're importing the utilities, a set of common utilities in PSP.zig. For the first thing, to declare module information, we have to do a compile time block where we assemble the module information using certain arguments. This is identical to the PSP SDK's module information macro as well. Oops. And then for the public, we create a public function, main, which can return error type and void. This is an error union. Means that if there is an error that is thrown, it is caught by the Zig PSP sort of library and handlers. So you can throw errors and error out of a program without having to crash. You'll get out of a program and you will basically be in a little state where you can go ahead and set up some sort of debugging. Basically what would end up happening is that it would print whatever error got thrown to the screen and then exit 5 seconds later. So this way we have some sort of error handling in place instead of just hard crashing out of your application whenever you encounter an error. So then inside of this main function, we also have the utilities. We're calling upon utilities to enable the home button, initializing the screen, and then printing hello from Zig onto the screen. And all this application will do is obviously just print to the screen, hello from Zig. It's a very simple hello world application that uses the PSP and all of the PSP functions. All of the PSP utils are pretty useful. It includes a custom allocator because what Zig generally likes to do as a language is that it's reliant on you to allocate and manage memory, sort of like C or C++, but you use allocator structures. You can specify custom allocators. Well, sometimes you're required to specify custom allocators to the standard library. So the result. The end result of this is that the code by default is tiny. It's smaller than default C by almost 91%, and yes, I understand that you can completely optimize your C builds, but just calling GCC, PSP GCC on something will net you this result on GCC for a similar Hello World program where you have a 68 kilobyte file, whereas actually going ahead and just calling Zig build on a Zig project creates a file that is 6.8 kilobytes. So it's pretty small. So it has complete user mode functionality, meaning that it has the same functionality that most PSP applications have. It does not have kernel mode support, but it should be okay for almost 90% of homebrews that don't take advantage of that. So what else has also been added? The standard library in Zig has a bring your own OS layer, which is a pretty cool sort of concept. Basically, some of the things that we want to implement for the bring your own OS is still work in progress, but right now it supports basic I/O and most of the standard file system. So it supports everything that it needs to for printing out to your console, standard error, standard output, reading from standard input, and it also supports a bunch of things such as files. You can change files, move them, delete them, things like that as well. It also includes a patched version of the standard library's time.zig file, because the time.zig file likes to use 128-bit integers, which don't quite play well with the PSP right now. It's also got a safety wrapper for C API and docs. So basically there's a way that you can basically export Zig and use Zig applications with C applications using LLVM or Clang. And pretty much 90% of the Zig standard library is fully functional right now because the library is built to be mostly platform agnostic, and the rest of the library depends on things that are in your bring your own OS layer. It doesn't necessarily rely on platform specifics, and due to the way that it was designed, it's very easy to sort of implement the rest of that. It's compatible with Zig version 0.7, and I'm going to check to get version 0.8 up and running as well. It should be automatically supported. It might just be a few little changes that need to be made. It also has modular build script support, which I said before. You just call a function from your build script, and basically you can compile your entire application for the PSP. So some other planned additions that I want to add later in the future would be compile time VFPU assembling. So with proper parsing, so being able to use the VFPU in Zig, alongside of implementing specifically Allegrax instructions that would be more efficient for certain tasks. It would also be cool to add support for plugins, so that would be modifying the build script and modifying some of the core that you need so that you could actually make plugins in Zig for the PSP alongside the way you can do it with C. It would be great to have complete documentation. Right now, almost everything is documented. I would say it's like 70 or 80% complete for documentation of Zig and the Zig standard library and the Zig PSP libraries. So most of that is already completed. but there's just a few areas that are missing some documentation. Another one would be encryption of PRXs, which is just another tool that needs to be made, which would allow you to sign it and run it on normal hardware without having any CFW. A PRX generator in Zig would also be just another nice feature to have. Pretty much just opening up the ELF file and stripping the sections that you need, and setting up the different formats that you need as well. Another one would be compilation to a C library, so you could basically take the lib ZPSP as a total library and be able to use it with C or any other LLVM language without even having to do that much work. It would just work with any other LLVM language that compiles to MIPS 2. So PSP projects that actually have used Zig include Craft Server. Craft Server no longer being updated, but there is a version of Craft Server written completely in Zig that has login, chunk data, chat, and all these other features that were in Craft Server as well. And then some of the projects that also will use Zig is also Project Dawn. Project Dawn is still in the works, but there are some features that are using completely Zig. For example, the biggest one is PowerScale. PowerScale is sort of a library that I created that automatically load balances your processor usage. So if you're using like 50% of the CPU, it's running at 50% frequency or some level there. And it keeps it below a certain cap, meaning that your PSP battery lasts a lot longer than it normally would, running at 333 full tilt. And as load increases, it will go ahead and increase the frequency of your processor. And there's a bunch of other cool utilities that I'm working on for that as well that will utilize Zig and LLVMC and working together with the two. So what else is left? We need to have some sort of network support. That's something that I want to go ahead and add. Finish reworking SEGU to take enums in the language, because using enums in the language is way better than having to define numbers and then just passing in random numbers, because random numbers don't really mean anything, but using an actual enumeration limits the number and the domain in which you can actually send into that function. Basically, then another thing would be a C compatibility mode, so adding some sort of support where we could just go ahead and link with a C standard library, and we could go ahead and work that way. So you can include, you could go ahead and include SDL or something like that you wanted to have access to in Zig. And what's cool about Zig is that you can actually just completely import functions from C. So I could go and write a program that imports SDL, for example, and then start using SDL functions in Zig itself with very little sort of need to change anything, because it's just all completely inside of the language itself. And then a C library stand-in with compatibility with existing C libraries. That's basically the same sort of thing that I was talking about earlier, where I wanted to have the ability to go ahead and link with C APIs using and implementing stuff like strlen and stuff like that are needed for those C libraries to function. So, any questions? I am still here. Yes. Okay.
I got one little.
Okay.
I may have missed that, but what Zig stands for?
What do you mean? It's just the name of the language.
Oh. All right.
It doesn't stand for anything.
I thought it was an
It's
abbreviation.
Yeah, it's not an acronym.
Like super pooper pooper programming languages or something like that.
We should probably ask that, like, where did the name come from? But can't do that at the moment. Is Andrew online? I'll go check.
Reminds me an old TV show.
Can error handling output to text file? You could definitely do that. You would have to make a small modification to Zig PSP SDK, but that wouldn't be too hard to do. Currently, it just goes ahead and prints out to your screen, and the reason it does that is because technically, what happens if you have an error that gets thrown because of your files? So if, for example, you're trying to, I don't know, read from a file that doesn't exist, that will throw an error that you should be handling, by the way. But if it can't open that file, it throws an error, and then, well, okay, I didn't handle that error, but now I'm going to create a text file and try to work with that, because potentially, the file manager could be in an invalid state or something like that. So it adds another point of failure versus things that are more tested. I would say that once sort of standard file system stuff becomes more and more complete and tested and less error-free, then yeah, that's not actually a bad idea. But right now, due to the fact that the file manager could have a problem in it that I haven't seen, well, now that we're in an error state, you want to know that the stuff that you're doing while handling an error is not going to cause another error. So that's my sort of reasoning right now.
Okay,
But
so
it definitely could be done because you can
I
handle errors
asked.
too.
Oh,
yes.
you.
Keep going.
So I asked in the Zig Discord, and the reaction I got was it was an unused 3-letter word. That's why it's called Zig. Basically, no real reason.
Unused 3-letter word. Got it.
Yep, there we go.
So I do have a question for you, actually.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's about the CPU frequency, because you said it's possible to adjust it depending on how demanding an application is, and you said also that it's possible to import like C functions. So my question is, would it be possible to like change a pre-existing emulator to use Zig and make use of this feature?
If the emulator could be compiled on LLVM right now, LLVM is one of the Clang, specifically Clang. If you can compile that emulator on Clang and make it run, it would be completely intercompatible. So you could go ahead and actually work with Zig and LLVM or Clang specifically. Zig also provides its own sort of implementation of Clang, which is a bit more optimized. But so if you had an existing emulator, you had the source code, yes, you could interact with it using Zig. The issue becomes when you are working with that, calling into Zig and calling into C are two different sort of things, and you have to make sure that you're doing that correctly. You have to define your Zig functions in a header file, include that in C so that the linker can actually figure out what you're trying to do. But yeah, you could definitely go ahead and integrate the two. You can mix the languages pretty easily. So for example, there are some good applications where you might want C. You might really need C for some purpose. Whereas Zig, it would make it more complicated to do because you're naturally doing something more unsafe or more something more exploiting memory and exploiting different types of behavior. If you're trying to do something like that, you would probably use C because it would make it a lot easier to do. So that would be an example of something that you would use C over Zig on, and that you could gain more value out of. But yeah. Let's see YouTube chat.
I got one.
Okay.
Have you already planned projects written on Zig you want to release in the future?
Yeah, so some of the stuff with Project Dawn is going to be based on Zig. And I also want to work on some sort of game engine or writing a game with Zig as well. But yeah, those are the two big ones that I want to do. And FrameBreeze has also worked in Zig as well, so you can also ask them what they want to do with Zig as well.
All right.
Okay. I think that's it for this.
Okay, thanks for the presentation, Neeraj. I think you're up next again for Stardust, actually.
Oh my. Right, I'm getting water after this then. Okay.
Clapping sounds.
Not yet.
Go on, clapping sounds. Go on.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Woohoo. Oh gosh.
Poggers.
Okay. You can see. Discord should still see this, right? Right.
Yes.
Okay. Retransition. Welcome to Stardust Engine. Just take a second to admire the movie in the background, which I didn't know you could do in PowerPoint until now. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. There we go. So here's the year in review. So the first release was on the 2nd of May. It includes simple 2D, networking, utilities, and a bunch of other things. It was more of a framework, so this would be version 0.1. It was released for the Awakening Game Jam. And pretty much it was used with the original Kingdom of Flesh to go ahead and implement a whole bunch of different things into the world. The thing that immediately came after that was version 0.2 on the 2nd of June. This was after the Game Jam, which added a bunch of other things that I needed to Stardust during that time as well. So it added 2D controllers, tile maps, a UI system, which was ultimately scrapped, but it added a bunch of different 2D features that you would need for any normal game engine. On the 27th of June, version 0.3 dropped, which included a new networking manager. It included 3D support, cameras, and meshes, which were available for continued use. Version 0.4 was a complete overhaul that sort of removed some features, reworked some of the code, and most importantly included cross-platform between PSP, Mac, Linux, and Windows. Version 0.4.1 was released on the 2nd of August, which contained some fixes for different platforms, added some documentation to stable features, re-implemented some of the 2D classes that were still missing, and it worked a lot more to be like a hotfix or some of the patches that were probably nice quality of life features for the version 0.4 overhaul. 9th of October was a lot of ECS upgrades, which stands for Entity Component Systems. Entity Component Systems is basically where you have an entity which can have components added on top of that, and things like that. That was basically the entire idea of the game object in Unity. Game objects, components, things like that. So that's what you would call an ECS system, and basically the old ECS system for Stardust was kind of lackluster, whereas the new one actually supports a lot more. Version 0.6, which was something I was working on in January before getting really busy, was Lua scripting support, and most of the engine is actually supporting Lua scripting minus some of the objects. So right now it can interact with a lot of the core gameplay features, but not necessarily it can't create images and things like that. So, some upcoming updates. The biggest update, which I've already planned out and sort of worked out already, is the new program architecture. Everything will be essentially a node, which will be a game object inside of a tree. Nodes have parents and children, and nodes can have components attached to them. Components will have effects based upon events, and program execution operates on events which are passed through recursive trees of nodes. A scene will be considered the root node of any related tree, and the components control all of the game logic and pass events through this tree in order to affect different other game objects and components. That's a lot to say, but essentially a scene is the entire tree of objects, and a tree of objects, every single object could have a component, and through that you can pass events up and down throughout this tree to communicate that an event has happened and that the objects need to react to that. This is sort of the idea behind Unity's entire system. Of course, Unity also adds tags, layers, and other things, which aren't necessarily going to be the same. So the layer design is, by default, you're going to have the base layer. The base layer is basically your normal tree, your normal game functionality, but you can add layers onto this and have more control and more input. So for example, you could add a layer that's just completely your UI that disables the base layer and basically blocks all signals from that because it's the top layer, and the top layer needs to pass it to the lower layers. So basically on the top layer, you decide whether or not you're going to pass it to any layer below you. So this way we can actually add onto these layers, which can interact with the tree in the lower layer directly as well. So using the lower layer will be, for example, in the editor. You're going to have a higher sort of layer, which is going to be your UI, that's going to be used for everything, and you can use that to manipulate directly the base layer, and you use the UI and those components to affect everything down there, and that way you can go ahead and run it. So I also want to talk about Celeste, which is going to be an upcoming revision to Stardust. It's going to implement these updates, and alongside it will also simplify and document the API to a greater extent. I'm actually refactoring the code in such a way that it can make the game engine more adaptable to other platforms, meaning that we can actually add support for other platforms like the GameCube, 3DS, PS2, and higher, and potentially even Xbox. All of these sort of things will just be through in a sort of layered design approach again, where you have a lower layer of sort of classes that implement specifically per platform different sort of things that you need. So, for example, the graphics engine, things like that. All those will be specifically implemented in a platform-specific layer, and then everything above that is just going to be the same. So you can write the same code, and it's going to run in the same way across all these different platforms without having the added complexity of figuring out what the platform is. You'll still be able to tell what platform you're on, so you can still do platform-specific code. It's just that it's not going to be something that's you have to check for it in your program design. So for the editor itself, obviously the editor has to be made using Stardust Engine because it's affecting Stardust Engine. It's simply going to be a meta-level program which interacts and modifies the tree while providing some sort of active rendering and UI components on top of that. The UI would be most likely made with imGUI or CMGUI or whichever I choose. Oops. And then the option will be to create a final build with full gameplay and optimized performance. And basically, it would be light, portable, and multi-platform for this editor. This editor would not be running on a PSP, but it would be running on most of your desktop platforms like Windows, Mac, Linux is the primary support of where the editor would actually be. Basically, what the editor does is it's going to be modifying a scene, and it's going to be modifying the objects within a scene, or the nodes within a scene, and then basically you can go ahead and work with those nodes, change the components, add custom components, add scripted components, things like that, in order to actually modify the editor and modify sort of the game that you're trying to play. So the time frame, well, that's probably when I have time, which was probably earlier midsummer this year, to finish out the rest of what I need to do with Stardust Engine. So questions?
Question from my side. Do you use some custom ECS framework that you wrote yourself? Or do you use some pre-made solution?
For me, I'm actually just working on the ECS framework as something I do myself. I've looked at other ECS frameworks as well, but I wanted to be more specifically in control of my open code in this sense. because
Right.
it needs to be cross-compatible between platforms, and it needs to meet a certain set of specifications.
Asking because some time ago I tried a end with double T, and I was quite satisfied. But again, ECS is something that you may try to implement your own, because it's just a nice. It's a nice. Well, how do you call it? Oh, whatever. It's quite late here.
Is a visual editor planned, or maybe you answered in your presentation? Yes, it's planned, and I answered it in the presentation. So yes to both questions. Apparently my sound is too low. That's interesting. Is it better now?
I have a question.
Yes.
So it seems like you either on a time crunch or you're being like super lazy because you don't have a deadline. But my question is regarding when you're gonna pitch in the Fortnite PSP and when you'll have time for that.
Wait, wasn't Fortnite PSP all your stuff?
Yeah, but remember you said you'd chip in a little bit.
I don't recall saying this, but okay.
That's what you said.
I need screenshots for that proof. Okay, my voice is better now. That's strange. Okay. Let's see. Have you made proof of concept games or demonstrations for Stardust? Yes, actually, pretty much a lot of the stuff that I've done is all revolved around Stardust. So, Minecraft PSP, CrossCraft uses Stardust, things like that. They're all using Stardust as the main thing, and the new Kingdom of Flesh will be as well.
Last question.
What's the question?
Are you proud of yourself?
Nah.
Okay.
Will it be noob friendly? Yes. I'm hesitant to say yes completely because being noob friendly is really dependent on what level of noob you are, right? Like, if you have absolutely zero idea of like how Unity or something like that works, then yeah, you're going to be a little bit lost. There's documentation, there's plenty of resources for you to learn with, but it's not going to be like 100% friendly. And if you want to use the C++ API, then that's going to also require that you understand C++. So in that sense, not noob friendly, but depending on what level you're trying to work with, depends. I know is spamming me with the same question, so that's that. What programming languages does it support? So C++ would be that, and Lua.
Lua as scripting, like additional
Lua
things,
would be
or as main?
Lua is a scripting language involved in it.
Okay.
Have you considered adding Dreamcast support? I think somebody also that one is missing. It's definitely an option because it's one of the things that's still on the table, so that's there. So definitely on the table. Not like I haven't committed to anything yet for the total support, so that no Zig support. Well, the thing is that the entire thing is that the code is written in C++, so therefore I can't support Zig necessarily. That's one thing, but the language support for like scripting and stuff, well, Zig isn't a scripting language, so that's not even a relevant discussion for that. Can I press one button and make a game? Probably not. Is it noob friendlier than Mario Maker? I've never played Mario Maker, so I can't tell you that.
Dude, Mario Maker is so hard.
Okay, that looks like all the questions. All right.
Thank you a lot.
Thanks, Irit.
Yes.
That was pretty nice.
Up next, we have a very special reveal, OP-DITTO by Moto Legacy and Z2442.
Like a week to do this one. Let's go. Yeah. Okay, so it's me again. You know me. This is OP-DITTO by me and Z2442, who I guess is not presenting. He's in there watching. But this is OP-DITTO, and this project has remained like very, very quiet, locked down. Really haven't shared much about it, but I'm happy to do it here. So OP-DITTO is a project which aims to add a second analog stick to the PlayStation Portable using serial I/O. So what this is something in vain to the 3DS Circle Pad Pro, adding a fully analog secondary stick or nub to the handheld. What this isn't is those traditional second stick PSP mods that have been around for like since its inception, where you just wire it up to the face buttons and it act as face buttons for various games that used them for aiming and or look. So how does it work? So a second analog is connected to the serial controller. The PSP sends a request to for a particular analog access. That's a typo. The request is read by the serial controller, and the desired access result is relayed back to the PSP. Here we have a mock-up here where you have, here's my mouse, you have your analog stick, which is connected to the serial controller. And the purpose of this logic shifter here is just so the serial controller can run at 2.5 volts. I'm hearing some weird echo here. A little disconcerting. Oh, that's my phone. Okay. Because the PSP's UART hardware only runs at 2.5 volts, so this logic shifter is necessary. And it interfaces using the auxiliary pinout, which we have documented on, well, we have a linked documentation on the write-up concerning that. So regarding developer usage, no additional software is required for developers to use this. You simply fill the rserv struct, or not struct, array, like you would with the PS Vita or DualShock 3. I'm not really sure if the struct was designed specifically for the DualShock 3, but it exists natively in the PSP SDK, which I found really interesting. So the software involved, there's three major software components. There's Control Hook, which is a syscall patcher to SEE control read buffer positive, which handles all input for most things. There's also read negative, which is used for PS1 compatibility, so isn't necessarily relevant here. There's the PSP UART library, which is a library designed to interface with the PSP UART hardware. This is what will send and receive requests to the serial controller, which is using the TZ controller software, which just, like I said, interprets all of that. So here's some images here. This first one is just a concept of an earlier build showing the shell. This one back here was the more Circle Pad Pro-esque model where all the hardware is locked behind this in that little box. I don't know how you describe it. And this one here is our latest prototype image where you can see the logic shifter. You have the TZ in there. And the way this one works is it kind of wraps around the WLAN switch on the right side. That way you aren't dealing with this uncomfortable cube to the right. So I don't have like any video of the prototype, and the reason for that because Z got really lazy and he ignored me for like a week. And then I got back to him and he said, I'll ship it to you and it's not going to get here for another 2 hours. So blame him for that. But what I do have to show is absolutely everything that we've done is open source, including graphics, the shell models, and write-ups, which is, cool. And there's the link to the write-up concerning a lot more information. Don't know what else to say about that, but, ask questions. I know I talked really fast doing that. It's an exciting project, but at the same time, I didn't have many slides. No questions? Sad.
I think everyone's just kind of in shock.
Well, thank you, I guess, regarding that.
I do have one thing to ask, right? Is there any way you'd be able to buy this hardware commercially, or do you have to set this up yourself?
That is something that Z and I had talked about like putting these kits together and selling them, but it's really not something that's come into full fruition yet. But like I said, the reason we put everything out there is so if you don't want to do that, if we do end up doing that or someone else does it and it's expensive, you can just sit down and learn how it works yourself. Z asked me if I checked my mail yet. Yeah, I did, and I checked the tracking number and it still isn't here, which is quite unfortunate. Yeah, no questions, just bafflement, says someone in the chat. Understandable.
You blew their minds.
Did I? Wow. Poggies. Fill the ocean with plastic. Of course, that's how you do it. You gotta kill the environment for innovation. Well then, thank you, I guess, guys. All in my port here because no one has any questions.
Okay, well, thanks, Mojo and Z. That's definitely a big surprise. I mean, it's been concealed for all the developers to everyone watching at home. Well, sorry, everyone's watching at home. You know what I mean? All the developers didn't know about this either, so I think we're in shock as well. The next one up is Groove Coaster by TBS Framebreeze.
Yes.
Whenever you're ready, TBS.
I hope my microphone is doing okay.
Sounds fine to me.
So, I'm Framebreeze. I haven't presented much in terms of homebrew ever yet, especially not here. But, I decided to make something. So, Groove Coaster for the PSP is my project here. Now, what is Groove Coaster? Groove Coaster is a rhythm game which has been going on for quite a while, and it started out on mobile, on iOS to be exact, and it later got a Android port as well. After that, it got a release on arcade, where it got quite a few releases, and I think that's the most popular one as well. Not now, of course, because of Corona. Then there was a Steam release which kind of died, and then they went on to Switch. Now all versions are still being updated, except for Steam. So, of course, the version I chose to work on first was the Steam version because, it was already dead. Might as well, So, why did I choose Groove Coaster to make a homebrew for, like a homebrew player for? Well, like I said, I've been reverse engineering Groove Coaster Steam for about a year and a half now. And from that, I have a lot of knowledge on how the game works internally and stuff. And the game itself uses barely any textures at all. So that blends in very well with the PSP. The game is made out of models with large solid color surfaces, which work well on a small screen, you know, with not a high resolution. And I think the most important part is that the beauty comes from movement and not from the scene complexity. So even if you can't render a lot of models on screen, that doesn't matter, because that's not what makes the game good. So all that combined, simple graphics. Now, that's all great, but you want to see some gameplay. So I have a few scenes here. This is all very colorful and fun, but as you can see, there is, well, I'm not sure if you can see actually. However, there's a main small line which goes through every map. You follow this line, and on the line, notes appear. These are the targets that you have to hit. And, well, it's a rhythm game, so you do that to the beat and whatever. However, the backgrounds are very, very colorful. And I think this is what makes the game so much fun to do, because it's really like you're riding a roller coaster in a very colorful environment. Very fun to look at. So, then why did I choose to make this specifically for the PSP? Well, I have done previous projects on the PSP, so I know how to program for the PSP. But of course, I've also done that for PC and for other platforms as well. Well, the PSP sticks out because it has very good development tools. I can debug live on real hardware without much issues at all. And there's also a pretty decent emulator, though can't really use that because my program crashes. But for some tests, it is quite useful. The PSP is also portable, which means that you can take it anywhere you want, which is personally something I really like doing. You can just slide it into your pocket and take it anywhere. And unlike other portable systems like the Switch or the Vita, it has no weird sticks sticking out. So you can literally just slide it into your pocket and go. Now, on top of that, it's not extremely powerful. You have a lot of power to play with, of course. There's plenty of juice in the thing, but it's not like you can just throw on anything and expect it to work. You have to do some work in order to get good performance. So that also brings with it some challenges. Although, not all of them stem from the low or the relatively low performance. Rather, the official format has not been fully reverse engineered yet by me. But that's just a matter of time, since in the short period of time that I have worked on Groove Coaster, I have made considerable progress on reverse engineering. And I think that will also continue as well. Now, like you'd seen in the gameplay footage, the game is not actually 16:9. It's meant to be played in a 9:16 aspect ratio, so in a portrait mode, basically. Which is kind of a challenge because the game expects you to use 2 sets of inputs. So you would need the D-pad and the face buttons right on the right side, which is kind of annoying to hold. So we'll need to find a solution for that, on how to do that. Besides that, there's the issue with memory. Now, this isn't a very large issue because, like I said, there's not many textures in the game at all. However, the Steam assets in particular have a very nasty they're quite nasty because they are packaged in an archive which uses compression. And currently, the only decompression function for that requires the assets to be loaded into memory and then be decompressed into memory. And we don't have enough memory for that. So we'll need to find a solution for that. For example, pre-processing the assets on PC and then shoving those processed files onto the PSP. That would be a one-time process, and that would work fine. Not great, of course, but that's not the case for all files. Not all files need to be converted. For example, the arcade version and the mobile version and the Switch version, none of those really require a conversion in order to work. So you can just take the assets from those and shove them onto the PSP as well. Which is my next point. Yes, different versions do mostly use the same files. However, audio is different. For example, the Switch uses Opus Audio, which I will not be supporting. So you'll need to convert that and stuff like that. But those are all small issues which have solutions to them and can be solved. And a bit more practical information on the project. I am working on this as a way to basically like look at the charts on your PSP currently. I want to get that done first, and then after that I can add the playable part. So it's not a priority to be able to play this with minimal parts of the actual game or of the actual rendering implemented. The full rendering will be implemented and then the gameplay. Now, as I said earlier, this game uses the assets from, for example, the Steam game, the mobile version, basically any version. You can use those assets. And in fact, you have to use those assets or custom ones if you make those. But I will not be supplying any assets with the game because, well, that's not what I wanted it to be. So, therefore, you'll need to rip them yourself, which is quite easy, in fact, from the Steam version. Would require running one script to convert them, and then you can copy paste them. That's it. Now my last point, it will be open source, and the library for conversion for the files for the Steam version, that part is already open source and on my GitHub, which I haven't linked, but you can find it under my username. Now hopefully I'll make that code well documented so that it can be used as example code for newer developers or developers that want to get into 3D rendering on the PSP and stuff like that. So, in short, it's going to be only a viewer for now, no gameplay yet. Assets from all versions work, sometimes with a little bit of conversion. Right? It'll be open source, and the release date is whenever, basically. I work on this full-time for a week, and then I put it down for 2 months, and then I work on it full-time for a week again. So it really is just whenever. And that's it. That's the project. Might have went a bit fast there, but I hope it came through. So are there any questions on the project at the moment? Beautiful silence. An option to hold the PSP. Well, yes, that is an option that I was. Will I have a roadmap? No, maybe, but not with time zones, not with dates on them. An option to hold the PSP sideways. That is something that I've been considering. Many of the official charts will break, like you'll have things on the side of the screen that don't match up. However, I think I will be adding that because, you know, it'll be much easier to play that way. Now, I have done a few tests with holding the PSP rotated like that, And it is possible, especially if you don't use any gameplay. If you just look at them, at the charts, that works fine. But if you actually want to play, you know, that wouldn't really work that well. Unless you hold it sideways, like standard 16:9. So then, oh yes.
I love you.
Thanks, love you too. Anyways, yeah. Reverse engineering stuff. I will also be posting all of the. I actually am already posting all the info that I've figured out from reverse engineering, though I've only posted it in a format that I can understand, basically. So I'll need to clean that up.
Here's a question from J1G. Will this support charts from GCSIM?
Oh, you know about GCSIM? Oh, hell yeah. Yes, GCSIM, for those who don't know, which is probably everyone here, GCSIM is basically like a clone game. Basically, it's a simulator of Groove Coaster. I have actually spoken with the creator of that as well. The format that GCSIM uses is JSON, and I'm gonna add that too. Yes, that it will support that. However, the GCSIM format at the moment does not support all the colorful graphics. It only supports the basic line and the notes and a few flashing effects. But I will implement that, yes.
Random asking, what is the actual problem for holding it sideways?
Well, the problem is if you grab your PSP and you hold it like, you know, in portrait mode, basically, and you need to use both the D-pad and the what you call them, the circle, cross, those keys, you know, then you'll see that it's not very comfortable to have. Yes, they're buttons, but they're not very comfortable to hold that way. At least I think they're not. Of course, you can, and I will add the option to just hold it that way or hold it in 16:9. But basically, the issue with it is that it's just not extremely ergonomic.
We have a question from Calvinus. When making Groove Coaster work on PSP, what do you see as a challenge to implement code-wise?
So far, I've actually run into a few already. So the issue mostly, I think, is that well, for the GCSIM format, it's quite easy because the GCSIM format uses Bezier curves, so like infinite precision curves, basically, which are a pain to convert. And the format that it stores it in is basically that every section of the line is relative to the last. So you need to basically pre-calculate, or you need to go through the entire line up to that point in order to find out its position, which will just be done during a loading screen, of course. But that is something that you need to do. The official format does it differently. The official format for every line piece, it just has a absolute position. So if you change the position of the part before it, that doesn't matter because the rest will just stay where it is. So supporting both formats will require a bit of, you know, duplication, I guess, in different ways, because you have to support two different notations. But I think that's the biggest challenge, just supporting the two formats while trying to keep the code base, you know, as one thing. Okay, so I can see how many buttons do you need for gameplay. This might have not been very clear, but Groove Coaster does not use any movement buttons. Groove coasters, you move along the line automatically, and there you have two. Well, they're called boosters on the arcade version. Basically, you have both of your hands can have two 8-directional analog sticks, more or less, which on consoles is just a D-pad and the face buttons. And with that, you hit the notes. So, for example, you might have a basic note. You just hit one of the two sides. There's also ones where you have to hit both at the same time, or where you have to hit move one of them up. So you hit the up D-pad or the triangle, stuff like that. So you do need 2 sets of 4 buttons. Otherwise, it'd be very awkward to play.
Would modded songs be able to run on this?
Yes. Yes. Was definitely, because I am the person who is also working on the editor. So if I wouldn't be able to run my own maps, then I don't know why I'd be even doing it. Will it support OP-DITTO? Well, that's up to that's up to uOFW Legacy. No, that it's definitely up to uOFW Legacy, I think.
No, what are you talking about? You don't need anything to.
I do
pull it
though.
off.
Like, how am I gonna implement?
You want me to send you a prototype?
Yeah, no, I'll pay for it though. But like the the fancy coding shenanigans. Anyways. So are those? I guess that's a lot of questions. But
Doesn't look like there's any more ones from YouTube, so.
Sorry?
Doesn't look like there's more questions from YouTube.
Doesn't look like it, no. So I guess that's it then.
Thanks, TBS. That's actually really cool. I haven't heard of that game before. Up next is Spelunky PSP, the first year of development by Zalega. So whenever you're ready.
I hope you can see and hear. Say if so.
Yeah, it's working for me.
We can see, yeah.
Cool. I'm actually surprised it worked. I'm sharing OBS window to compose the webcam and the presentation the way you see. And the background is actually Spelunky PSP window that I'm running. It's obviously a special build with much larger viewports to fit more stuff on the screen. And well, it's quite late in here, so brain farts. And getting into the presentation itself, I tried really hard not to make it too technical. The reason being, if you are interested in the development details, you already have my devlog that I put on YouTube, and the code is publicly available on GitHub, so go and see it if you wish. However, in this presentation, I'd like to present, let's say, a list of conclusions that came after the first year of development. But I didn't introduce myself yet. My name is Daniel, and Spelunky PSP project is an effort to recreate a game called Spelunky Classic, made by DirectQ in technologies such as C++, OpenGL, and CMake. And I say this formula in the beginning of each devlog, and I say it now because I want to emphasize that it's a completely separate entity that shares only the assets with the original game. Assets such as textures, sounds, music, and fonts are taken from the original game, as Spelunky Classic license allows it, as long as it's not done for profit. However, the problem with the original game is that it is made in GameMaker, which means that you can't build and run run it on some retro platform unless Game Maker starts supporting it, which is very unlikely. However, by recreating the game in commonly adopted technologies, it is possible to run it not only on PSP, but pretty much everywhere. The only rule limitation being the computational capabilities of the target platform. So I was just thinking of cross-platform capabilities. So how many platforms are supported at this moment? Well, obviously PSP, but not only PSP, because supporting a generic Linux platform was a must for development because they needed a debugging environment. Truth is, the most of bugs you introduce when writing a game is platform dependent, and those are your game logic bugs. For example, off-by-one errors or the reference null pointer, and those can be reproduced everywhere. And Linux was actually that convenient that I rarely run Spelunky PSP on a real PSP, pretty much only upon each release when I had to actually test it, because most of potential bugs were already detected on desktop, on Linux. And as a bonus, by supporting a generic Linux platform, I could run Spelunky PSP on such devices as Raspberry Pi and Orange Pi. Here on this video, I'm running it on Raspberry Pi 3 without the X server, using software-implemented OpenGL and displaying it on a tiny 1.8-inch display. Native support for Windows was a low-hanging fruit. However, if you are already on Windows, there is no reason for you to play Spelunky PSP instead of the original Spelunky. So this platform is pretty much only a demonstration of cross-platform capabilities of this project. And coming to the next platform, and this may surprise you, Android. And yes, it's still built and run from the same C++ code base that is used on PSP and Windows and Linux. The only difference being that there is a Java activity shipped by SDL that calls my main function through JNI, Java Native Interface, but this is transparent from C++ code base perspective. It doesn't even notice it is called from Java. There's one drawback, though, that only physical keyboard is supported, meaning that you have to connect one through, for example, USB on the go, because there's no on-screen controls. I just didn't want to focus too much on Android, so again, it's only a curious example of cross-platform development. And the last platform that I tried to support but ultimately failed is Pocket Go. If you don't know it, it's a Linux-based device with 32 megs of RAM and a pretty obsolete ARM processor. The major difference comparing to the PSP is that there is no GPU. Well, PSP has a GPU, Pocket Go doesn't, and Spelunky PSP utilizes OpenGL. So what I did as a workaround was introducing so-called software-implemented OpenGL, meaning that the CPU would act as a GPU. And I dedicated a separate long video about it on my YouTube channel if you are interested in the details. However, what I end up with this solution was around 1.3 FPS, which is nowhere near playable. It literally took around 700 milliseconds to render a single frame. However, I'm still quite proud that I at least run and displayed it on such a device. And maybe in the future, when when the game is feature complete and when I have time for such experiments, I may try to re-implement the renderer to not use OpenGL and rather use simple pixel splitting, for example, shipped by SDL instead, because OpenGL adds a lot of abstraction over displaying, for example, through vertices, matrices, indices, and it may be just more efficient to do simple pixel copying. Yeah, and supporting even 1,000 platforms would be useless without the actual gameplay, without the in-game features. So in terms of functionalities, what is implemented so far is NPCs, for example, bats, snakes, spiders, cavemen, skeletons, arrow traps, There are also items like pistols, like shotguns, like ropes, bombs, whips, chests, jars, rocks, and probably many others that I forgot. There are also collectibles like diamonds, gold bars, gold chunks, and there are particles like blood particles, like smoke particles. So right now, the game is already roughly playable. There's one catch though, that in the most recent 0.4 release, the main dude can't be hurt by NPCs, which is, believe me or not, intentional, because the last release ships already multiple features, and I just didn't want to overstretch myself over too many of those. And just to show you what I started with, here's a video that I recorded shortly after 0.1 release, around a year ago. And notice how even the camera doesn't follow the main dude. What it was back then was maybe a cross-platform tile renderer, but nothing more. So, what did I learn throughout this first year of Spelunky PSP development? So here's my setup throughout the year. What was my motivation for coming up with this Spelunky PSP? Well, part of my motivation was to expand knowledge. I wanted to learn more on C++, CMake, and OpenGL because it's simply in my field of interest. And what I'll always say, there's no better way of learning a technology than writing a game using it. But it's not only technologies that count, there's also a lot of design patterns that I learned and applied when writing Spelunky PSP. And design patterns are language and kind of software independent, because I will use them even if at some point of my life I decide to write microservices in Java. And learning them is a life changer. There's actually a book that I want to recommend. It's called Game Programming Patterns by Robert Nystrom, and it's basically a list of blueprints that you may apply in your code base. And I applied almost all of them. I think only the ones about spatial partitioning are those that I didn't use, because it would be an overkill in a game of that small scale. But nevertheless, it's a great source of inspiration. Part 2 of my motivation was remotely work related. You see, I have no formal education in computer science, so I'm trying to compensate for it, or else securing a programming job would be much harder. And having a portfolio of hobby project is a good way of showing off. Same goes for the YouTube channel. It's a way of showing off, and a very satisfying one. And time constraints. I already have a full-time job, so that means that only the weekends are the days that I can commit to the project. So most of the code I did was done on weekends, and it really sucks getting back to the code that you wrote the week before. But even the even the weekends, even the days I could commit weren't all possible. The reason is I'm not a robot, so sometimes I had just other activities to do. And coming to the actual lessons learned after the setup, well, lesson number 1, discipline is everything, because it turns out that putting 1 or 2 days a week consistently is enough to have a working project after a year. And the key is to have realistic time expectations, and ironically enough, take your time. And that's also the title of the next lesson. Take your time, because one trap that you may fall into when having short time resources is to develop hastily. And in short term, yes, you'll get into something semi-working really fast, but in long term, the development will become tedious and you'll abandon the project because it won't bring joy anymore. So if you feel tempted to do shortcuts in designing software, don't. I say in designing specifically because, well, when doing the actual implementation, when writing the code, we all tend to do shortcuts from time to time, some smelly code here and there, some unoptimal algorithm or whatever, but those are pretty harmless after all and easy to refactor. However, the design mistakes are, they tend to stack up. So before you get the keyboard into your hands, get a pen and a piece of paper and think of what you're implementing. And yes, it may sound truistic and cliche, but a long time passed before I myself actually made it into a habit, into a ritual that has to be done before I even sit to the computer. And the next lesson, share your project. The development logs that I record are the vehicle that I use to reiterate over my progress, to summarize what I did, maybe to plan what I have to do next. And this is what I consider important because it's an incentive that keeps you going. Sharing your project and seeing that it's probably followed by someone, someone watches it and probably even enjoys it. It really boosts motivation and keeps you going. So take my advice and share your project from time to time. I know some of you have Discord channels dedicated for your projects. In my case, it's just more convenient to record a video. And the last lesson, distract yourself, because distracting is refreshing. Was adding native Android support helping developing the game itself? Did it boost the game mechanics development? Obviously not. Was an attempt to support devices without the GPU like Pocket Go helping development the game features? Absolutely not. However, the attempt to aggregate all the small bits of know-how on software implemented OpenGL scattered around the internet was a very satisfying one. And in the end, it helped me because I was still interested in the project. It wasn't a new project that I started. I started a side project within a project. Yeah. So what are my plans for the next release, for the next year? What I'm aiming to is being feature complete compared to the original game, which means implementing the cave level, the lava city level, the jungle level, the final boss, the damsel, the shopkeeper, everything in between, all the missing items. And this may sound a little bit overambitious and overpromising because getting up to this point took me over a year, but considering that most of the time I spent so far was on the game framework, not on the game contents, it may be actually realistic to expect me to ship those new features, because doing the actual in-game contents once the framework is set up is much easier. In any case, wish me luck. And that would be all. A link to the GitHub repository is on the slide. Link to the devlogs are in the README. If you want to download a pre-made artifact that you can drop on your PSP, they are included in the releases tab on the repository. And if you want to report a bug, please do so through the issues page on the same repository. Thank you, and it's now time for questions, I presume.
Thank you.
So do you also own a Pocket Go 2?
Could you repeat that, please?
Do you also own a Pocket Go 2?
Pocket Go 2. I'm not aware of the device, but if it has a GPU, I think I can support it straight away. However, problem with this software implemented OpenGL is that it is very CPU consuming. And maybe if I put some optimizations in the Spelunky PSP code base, like I have a few on my mind, for example, the greedy meshing that I could apply on the tile map, meaning that I could drastically reduce number of vertices. I could actually also apply spatial partitioning plus custom calling, so the map would be split into pieces, and depending on which of these pieces is in the camera custom, I could conditionally render only part of map, but after all, those optimization may be inadequate to the power this device has. Pocket Go is really not a powerful device, so I believe only rewriting the render to use simple pixel splitting may be the solution, and it may actually work on Pocket Go. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you.
We have a question in chat from Nilva Vunner. When everything is finished, do you plan on porting it to the DS, GBA, or 3DS?
Truth is, I already wrote Spelunky for Nintendo DS. It's a project that I discontinued today. I discontinued it in 2018, I think, and it's actually a project that I used it as a sandbox, as a playground for learning C++. Problem with Spelunky and DS, which you can find on my GitHub, is it became unmaintainable, first of all, because, well, imagine a person that learns a new language and this person decides to make a project of this scale, and it's his first encounter of C++. And second reason is Spelunky PSP is designed to be cross-platform, while Spelunky NDS utilizes a very custom NDS-specific calls because, well, NDS has this hardware that NDS has a dedicated piece of hardware for rendering tile maps, which is not portable. So I decided I would just rewrite the code base using all the best practices I learned so far and using the commonly adopted technologies by me. For example, OpenGL as a rendering API, C++ as a language, CMake as a build system. So yeah, this partially answers your question. Spelunky is already available on Nintendo DS and all the other DS family consoles because I already ported it.
So how did you decide on the structure for the project? Like the file structure?
File structure, for example, do you mean file structure inside the project as sources, as source files? Or I can actually show it. Just give me a second, literally a few seconds. Anyway, I could answer to this question in two ways. The first one and easy one would be just watch the first episode of my Spelunky PSP development series on YouTube. But the second way would be to actually go through the project, this presentation. I'll just change the window that I'm sharing. Just 1 second. All right, so you should now see C-Lion.
Yes.
So obviously there's a root CMake file. I'm adding all the subdirectories. Obviously there's a vendor directory to which I put all the third-party stuff that I may want to use. For example, the entity framework or GLAD for OpenGL. Let's just see what I have in the vendor directory. I have CJSON, which is a library for parsing JSON files, entity, GLAD, glm, logger, and stb, because I think I use stb image. Yes, I use stb image. So besides that, I have multiple folders where I logically put each part of the code base, which is kind of standalone and can be placed on itself. I know how much time can I commit to this walkthrough through the code base, so I'll just show you. Well, obviously there's a main function where I init the singletons here, and then I get to the game loop. Yeah, and one thing that you may be interested, I deliver the assets, for example, images or sounds. I do resource compile them, which means that I have a small tool course called Resource Compiler, which is a really small program under 100 lines of code, well, slightly above it, which takes an arbitrary binary file and it outputs it as a header file that you can include in the code base, with all the bytes of this file encoded as an element of a char array. And that makes me independent of the file system of the target platform. Anyway, I think I can talk about this forever. So because of that,
yeah, thank you.
So I'll just constrain myself.
Well, thanks. That was a really informative presentation. I loved the format with the webcam and everything.
Thanks.
Well, up next we have Tour of Light by ChatChuchu, and I believe that's a pre-recorded presentation. So
Yeah,
I'm not sure who's going to be handling that.
I'm hosting it for him.
Perfect.
So give me just a second here. Just let me know when I can start it.
You should be good now.
Okay.
What is TOL? An anti-aggressive futuristic racer, basically a wipeout clone. Game based on precision driving of the pilot. Inspiration also based on titles such as Ballistic NG, Pacer on what not to do, and Redout. Latest update, Alpha 0.10, is available for download, featuring new endurance mode, where you have to survive for as long as possible while the speed passively increases. In the next update, I plan to add custom track support, and also release a custom track editor which allows you to design tracks, set up their scenery, and bake those lights. Online leaderboards. After somehow getting a server, leaderboard support for time trial results. How will uploading times to the leaderboard work? Well, there are 4 options. An account-based system, a unique ID-based system, web code-based system, carrier pigeon-based. What about looking at online leaderboards? Well, you can have carrier pigeon be returned to sender, in-game if PSP is connected to the internet, or through a website. For multiplayer, I plan to support both ad hoc and server-based multiplayer, and possibly also make an online campaign, but I haven't fully decided on that yet. In terms of game modes, time trial and endurance modes are already done, race mode is still in development, tournament mode might happen, and campaign will eventually happen. AI opponents. Artificial? Yes. Intelligence? No. With 0 experience in the field, it's either going to be a neuron AI that adapts and learns after multiple reruns, a non-Rails AI that just follows a certain path, or an AI that will recognize certain turns and will make decisions based on programming with some flexibility. Music. I am not sure how to approach this one. I consider the easiest method will probably be using Monster Cat, Licensing could be problematic since homebrews don't have the best rep, let's be real. Also, communicating with people, bleh. If anyone wants to recommend something or provide their services, I am open for opinions, statements, or negotiations. In the future, I also plan to add support for custom ships and custom music. Got any questions? Add Chachichu.
Nice.
So he's not live for questions, I'm assuming.
I think.
I think he said he's able to type them out, but I don't think he wants to use a mic.
Well, so if it's about my presentation, since I didn't expect that I would be still up at that time, I did a pre-record that I think Iridescent will be able to play. But it's fine too, since I am here. If, for example, I hear anything weird with my name, like I saw in the chat. So you can go ahead and play it.
Okay, second.
Because well, my computer is very weird with playing video and broadcasting it. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, it is on the chat. And I have sent a mega link. I will send it again in case. Okay, no problem. I will test. I didn't. Okay, accept cookies. Okay. Copy. I will pass it again. You can test now?
Hi everyone.
Perfect. Have fun. Nice. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So firstly, I'm glad to see you in this second edition of PSP Conference. It was a great success last year. And while if even this year I have been way less available, last year I wanted to make a presentation about what I did so far. And since I don't want to make something boring for you guys, I have made it way more generic. And so
let's see. Maybe I have to screen share just the window. Change window.
I can hear it on YouTube, just
yeah,
not
you
in
can
the
hear it
Discord.
on YouTube. I'm 100% certain you can. This will show up here now. Let's do that one more time.
Hi everyone. So firstly, I'm glad to see you in this second edition of PSP Conference. It was a great success last year. And while if even this year I have been way less available, last year I wanted to make a presentation about what I did so far. And since I don't want to make something boring for you guys, I have made it way more generic. And so we see together the shames of developing a multi-platform engine and targeting PSP. Of course, this presentation will be just my conclusions and my observations that I got by developing Gen7 Engine so far, and also what I have seen is being made for other engines too. Why develop meta-enable outside workflow, you may ask? Well, if you just ask, I might be serious with you, just cancel your project. No, of course I am joking, but it's pretty important if you want your engine to succeed in the long term, to add new features, other stuff like that. And so you wouldn't like to build again all your workflow for it. Architecture in an engine. You need first to organize it correctly, and so mostly have two big parts: the public interfaces, which is everything the user sees and uses, like here what we got, and behind the hood everything that is needed for the engine to do the work asked by the user. The user can be you, of course, and the best way is to make multiple subcomponents that are organized by the engine core that you will see later. For example, if you want to draw a sprite, you could ask for the image file, load the texture in memory, compress it eventually, and render it. So you can see it can get pretty large and dramatic if it is not organized. And now we have the problematic of platform-specific methods, because you eventually will get some humbler platforms where you only have one renderer, no OpenGL port, no SDL. Hopefully the PSP has both. But it can be more tricky for other platforms, so again that's a matter of managing well other stuff, eventually use defines, arguments, context, but making sure to not mess everything, because it should be dramatic too. And now about the build. So you got all your engine core, which cause platform specific components, and then to build it, I personally recommend it, and it has been proven. A containerized image to build in new versions. It can be by using the Docker. Why a container? Because more of in Homebrew, you may get several versions of one lib. Why this library being on many platforms? And for example, you may update one time this library for one platform, and then you did for the other two, but the other platform is just not compatible, but they share the same file, and so you block everything and you have to pray for a backup. Now you see the point, you got it. And that way you can't make reliable frequent builds. Benching your engines, because otherwise it's kinda sad to not look at your engine potential. And well, for any project, not only engines, expect dragons, a lot of dragons. So that's one of the demos I have made. We will see many one I made mostly this last year. Like for example, there it's testing the ability to load a scene, manage multiple texture, multiple mesh. And like you can see, for some reason it is not perfect on the three platforms. Well, it's emulation, but it's still weird. And I am not even sure I did fix the issue yet. So yeah, the bottom line is test frequently. Sooner you find the issue, easier you will fix it. And where there's more rare demos, photogrammetry Big Mac for example, to test large texture management, and this is an overflow on PSP to look at how much we can push polygons on it. And of course, always try to test on hardware, because you will get surprises. Emulators aren't very accurate. And now expect the future. Well, expect the future because yeah, your engine has to be ready. By ready, I mean your engine's core should be ready to get them integrated at any time, because it's like one day or another you will have to do it, unfortunately. Or you can blame the user too. That works. Not always, but it works. So that's a typical problem testing with memory. Like on PSP we have very little RAM, and so I have made a quite good real-time engine compression system to not have a too low limit and still have some freedom, considering the ability to make large scenes. Like here we see a fully saved file here that has an animation, and so it has to be compressed before and to be read and fly. And there we got both, so it's streaming animation that are exported and managing quite enormous amounts of objects of the particular for the same reason that before, and to be ready for scenes with many objects. And here that's a pretty cool practical demo of Gen 7 made for the last year PSP Game Jam, not this last one though, where it's ready to make a small game fully under Gen 7 while being pretty qualitative. Also, I have developed a workflow that allows to create your scenes directly on Blender, and since the editor isn't ready yet, integrate them in Gen 7, adding interactivity, some animation and the minigame with collisions and all of this by using the public interfaces of the engine. So yeah, it was pretty cool, nice to see what you can do with what you developed. So that's the end. Thank you for your attention. I hope it wasn't too short and it wasn't too long. I hope you enjoyed it and that you will enjoy all the other presentation, of course, for the conference. And if you are interested, I have made a replay of last year's presentation on graphics optimization, which was pretty nice and very useful to create great looking visuals, graphics, while still being the limits of what is possible. For example, lighting, level of detail. You got the link there. Thank you again and see ya, guys.
And if you got any questions, I am in the text channels. I forgot to say it in the record. So thank you.
Perfect. Should we give it a minute to see if anybody has questions on YouTube?
Yeah, let's do it.
Looks like they are amazed. That's why they don't have questions. I understand them.
That is why.
Or maybe they are sleeping. I think they are sleeping.
Well, yeah, the YouTube chat is quite quiet. Let's just see. I see one person typing. Okay, never mind. Okay. Well, thank you for the presentation. It's lovely to see another engine on the PSP. Okay, so up next, it's the Super Mario 64 port by Mr. Neo240. They're sleeping.
All right, let's see here. All right, and we should be good. Just let me know when I can begin.
You are good to go.
Okay, so like that was introduced, I'm Mr. Neo240, Hayden Kowalczyk, and this is kind of not so much technical talk, but more the timeline and the history of the Super Mario 64 port for the Sony PSP. At a glance, this project is a full entire port of Super Mario 64 natively for the Sony PSP, using hardware accelerated graphics, sound, configurable that maps well to the PSP. You can save and load, and it is distributed as a single file, so you don't have to find anything and load it. You just run the eBoot. And where did this project start? It basically started, really it was a longer project, but the Super Mario 64 decompilation project produced a complete code base of the original Super Mario 64 for the N64 that you could then recompile back into an exact matching ROM. And then from that project, it was theorized that a fully portable PC version could be made. And that is the SM64 port project, which really every port stems from this one, whether it be for the PSP, the DS, PS3, PS4, and Scriptin for web. They all come from the original PC port. And how that's written is it takes basically most of the existing game code and logic, and that all stays. And then that's hoisted on top of a various backends that handle things such as graphics rendering, sound, controls, file I/O for saving and such. And for desktop, that generally uses things like Vulkan, DirectX, OpenGL, and then for sound, it would be OpenAL, and I think A-Sound as well. And then generally for the console ports, it would be whatever custom audio library that hardware supports. And this project started, the earliest I could find would be July 23rd, 2020, after we were kind of tossing it around on the Discord. And you can see the Mr. Iron 2 was kind of trying to gather a force of people who could help with this. And in the early days, it was Hedge, John Kay, who helped really wrangle it's I think 2,000 line makefile or something. It's pretty scary to look at. Started wrangling that and actually just getting it compiling for the PSP. And Z2442 also assisted with that heavily. So without them, the project wouldn't have even gotten off the ground because we couldn't even start to begin compiling the code, even if it didn't work for the PSP. And again, Z2442 started work on early audio backend system and the graphics. And then I started early on kind of doing graphics with PSP GL and assisting Z, and while Mr. Iron kind of wrangled and coordinated us. So that was late July. And then a week later, through all those efforts, we had this running, which isn't very impressive, but it was the first time we saw something on the screen and it didn't just immediately crash. So what's missing there is the Super Mario 64 logo, but you do have the copyright and the trademark. So that felt pretty good to go from tossing it around as an idea to 1 week later, we had something running. And again, this was with the early PSP GL renderer. And this was a few days later where we're actually in game. We can see enough of that first level. And the reason PSP GL was chosen to be our renderer backend was because we could reuse a lot of the existing legacy rendering backend from the PC. So it actually didn't take too much to get to this point. But we quickly realized that this was not going to be maintainable, mainly because PSP GL is very hard to understand. The source is, I wouldn't say it's poorly written, it's a very complicated system, and it is hard to understand. And there were issues in using PSP GL that just didn't seem like they should be issues, but they consistently cropped up time and time again. And there was even just strange graphical issues that were, again, kind of looking at the code inexplainable, like they shouldn't have been happening, but they were. So eventually that led to moving away from it. Oops, I lost my slides here. And I kind of dove in and thought, okay, well, time to learn CGU, which a couple of people have already talked about, but that's basically stands for Sony Computer Entertainment Graphics Utility, which is a set of APIs and libraries that Sony originally wrote that was then reverse engineered and added to the open source PSP SDK. And it's really tailored to how the PSP graphics engine works and how to properly use it. And it was a little bit of a bear to start learning. As you can see, who knows what's going on with these bob-ombs. The cannon has some sort of block in front of it. Mario is just in pieces. But the level is somewhat there. The skybox is somewhat there. And even this early on, it was pretty easy to tell that this was going to lead to a much better performing and looking port. So here's a video that hopefully plays. I guess we can. Yeah, the sound at this point in the game was awful. Large polygons were missing, but things were generally looking like it looks rough, but things were on their way to happening, and it was already looking better than the previous PSP GL backend. And so roughly 10 days later, I got to this point after learning more about Sigu and how to use it and all of that. So at this point, things are actually looking quite good. Everything on screen rendered correctly. It was running way faster than it ever had under PSP GL. So it was a really positive time, and especially to go to this point from only a month prior, we were talking about it. The project was progressing quite fast. And now another big part of any game is the sound. Even if it looks great and it plays great, having sound is just so crucial, especially in a game as memorable as Super Mario 64, not only for the music, but just how Mario sounds, the jump sounds. It's really all part of the package. And here's another video that will hopefully play that can demonstrate where sound was at this point. I mean, it's generally working. It stutters, but it generally is there. And just one of the issues was sound was causing massive slowdowns everywhere. So you can tell it gets pretty choppy, pretty stuttery, and it's really not enjoyable to listen to. So then, in taking a break from sound, because it was actually really exhausting trying to understand the various systems, not only in how Super Mario 64 port itself generates the music. It has a whole audio synthesizer that is written that's fairly complicated, and it generates sound in real time, which is great for fast computers, not so much for the old PSP. And then also managing how to handle that audio to get it to the PSP speakers. It was quite exhausting. So in a side vein, some work was done to instead just beef up the engine as a whole. And at this point, it was able to play back an entire task file for a full 120 star run that takes just over an hour and 15 minutes. So I just left my PSP on my desk, started it up, and that task file was able to play from the opening title screen all the way to the end credits without a single issue, without desyncing. So that was a pretty big moment and showed that the project was actually working quite well. And someone had asked earlier, so this slide is kind of out of place, but I feel it'll be helpful for them, and they were kind of asking about it. This game is not written like a typical game would be. Instead of having all your assets on disk, like your sound files as a file, or your textures or your models kind of in files, the game very much resembles how it is on N64, wherein the entire game is always in RAM at all times. It's actually currently a 13 megabyte PRX, which is just a big ELF file. And so whenever we need anything, it's already in RAM. We just have to read it, decode it, and then kind of maybe massage it and get it where it needs to be. So that helped a lot. Rather than trying to abstract file I/O, we just keep it all in memory. And as far as textures, a similar thing was written to handle detexturing, because on the N64, you definitely have VRAM. It's a complicated system, but it's very easy on the N64 to move things from cartridge read-only memory into VRAM to then draw while you're making up your frame. So in the PSP, I quickly just wrote together a texture manager. Some of it's on the side. It's not relevant necessarily, and I'm not going to read that, but just as a visual. And so basically what it does is every time we go to draw something, we look and see if we have recently drawn that texture. And if we have, we know we already hold it in our very limited VRAM. So then we just pass it along. And if we don't have it recently, then we move it to VRAM and we draw it and we keep track of that. And this just works by continually adding things into VRAM and just taking up space until the exact moment we're about to overflow our available space. And then we wipe the whole thing and we just put it as the first one at the top, and then we continue down. And we just let that happen infinitely without really caring what happens. And that actually works surprisingly well, which is kind of surprising. So there's no formal management, but it just, whenever we need something, we either add it or we reference it, and we just continually flush through that big buffer. And then getting back to the nitty-gritty of things, and for sound, the idea of using the PSP's media engine, which would be the secondary CPU a couple of devs have already talked about, that was floated, and kind of work began on how we could use that in this project. And how it would typically work, and how it does work in the dataless N64 emulator, is that very kind of purpose-written small chunks of code are then passed to the media engine along with some data, and it will process that in parallel and then return the results. But the issue with Super Mario 64 is that the audio engine is so ingrained into the game itself that you can't necessarily split that easily. I've looked into it some, and I will revisit that one day, but the game and the audio synthesis and the audio engine and the music player, sound effects, all of that is so tightly ingrained that it's hard to really separate it or say, oh, the main CPU should be having access to this, but the media engine only needs this part. And so you get these synchronization issues, which are really near impossible to track down because you're not sure what part of RAM which processor is reading from and what data they have. So eventually, though, that was worked through along with some very old knowledge that was found on the original PS2 dev forum boards through the archive. And working with that in Irid on his media engine lib, I ended up writing Sound Engine PRX, which combines some of that knowledge of how to use the media engine, and then also some new kind of written knowledge on how to handle crashes and exceptions on the media engine so that we can accurately recover when things do go wrong, such as there's a desynchronization and the main CPU has updated some data that doesn't get updated for what the media engine can see, and the media engine will crash, but we can then receive that crash, log it, which helps fix where it might be happening, and then we can restart the media engine and still keep sound. So the system works actually really well. So generally we can just say, hey, we need sound. We pass that to the media engine. The media engine runs the entire synthesis of that sound and then passes it back to the main CPU, and the main CPU says, okay, we throw that directly to the audio hardware raw, and we just play that. And this does actually work well. So at this point, we have the two audio backends. The CPU backend, which we talked about, is incredibly stable. It basically has never crashed or caused an issue, but it definitely is slower, generally about 2/3 the performance of the media engine. And it does stutter. It will cause the game to stutter. But again, it will never fail. Whereas the media engine backend is incredibly fast because we basically take all of that audio load off the main CPU. It sounds much better. There's no crackling. And it's just a much better system, excusing all the crashes. And when it does crash, it's spectacular. So here's a video of a fairly recent version of the media engine with some debug text on the screen. So we just don't get any of the drops or stutters or lags that we do with the CPU sound engine. So right now, for 2021, kind of where we stand in the project, a lot does work. Saving and loading your game works. You can play through the entire game, saving periodically as you would and resuming. Controls work. You can rebind the controls if you so choose. Graphics are working great. Sound from the CPU backend works, but is slow. The media engine sound works, but is unstable. And it was developed on an original launch day fat PSP, so it should work on any PSP. And kind of for the future, just research more about the media engine, see what I'm doing wrong and kind of how we can alleviate that. And then definitely share this research and kind of talk more with people and understand how we can utilize this better. And then figure out why on some PSPs it takes a good 30 seconds or so to start from the XMB after you start it. It's really odd. But then, once it does start, there's no load screens. And then really just understand the entire synthesis engine better in Super Mario 64 to see what we can do. So is there any thoughts, questions? And I can pull up YouTube, I guess.
Sorry, did you say it was question time?
Yeah, questions, thoughts, if anyone has any. And I'm going to pull up YouTube. I don't know why I didn't have it up.
Okay, I remember us having a discussion when the project first started regarding the 60 FPS patch and a memory leak involving it. Did you get any farther regarding that?
Yeah, at the time, it was actually, it wasn't necessarily in my code at all. It was the PC port as a whole had a misunderstanding of some code from the decompilation that resulted in memory leaks. And that was actually fixed pretty soon after, which helped every platform with memory, even at the original 30 frames per second. I think the last time I tried is that with CPU sound, we didn't get much over 35 frames per second, kind of anywhere. And then with the media engine, we could hit 60, but not everywhere. So it's kind of like, do you want stuttery 40 to 55, or would you rather a locked 30? I think that's where we ended with that. I could revisit it, but that's what I remember from the time, is that we just weren't doing things fast enough across the board to really hit 60 frames per second.
I understand. It would be nice at some point when the project advances beyond the state it is now, in which controls are hard coded and the ROM needs rebuilt.
They are not hard coded. There's a config file that is read on startup. Yeah, that was added.
My bad for misunderstanding.
Yeah, no worries. That is initially how it was, but then controls were factored out to be rebindable every time you load it.
I see. Well, I hope the project comes to a point where there are platform-specific settings, and it'd be nice to have that quote uncapped frame option. Just for those who want it.
That's the idea either.
Yeah, we have a question from Nilva Vunner on YouTube. Is render 96 on this port? I understand it if that is not possible.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm barely familiar with the SM64 port kind of whole ecosystem as a whole. I know render 96 generally is the higher kind of texture resolution model original CG render pack. I've never tried. I I've never compiled SN64 for PC once. So I'm going to say it probably wouldn't work great, since right now we're just barely at that 30 frames per second stable. You know, I don't know. It's not something I've ever looked into. So I'm going to say probably tentatively it won't work well, but maybe.
Sounds good.
And I see Z offering some stuff that I'll come back to later. And I guess I have one more slide that I snuck in. I'm a rascal. Whoops. Of course, I forgot how to use my computer. Yeah, so after the PSP port, 1 week later, I also ported the PSP codebase and everything I learned over to the Sega Dreamcast, which is kind of interesting. Sound is awful, but it does actually work pretty well on a Sega Dreamcast, and this is entirely native, no emulation or anything. So it's just kind of neat that it really does show how portable that code base is and kind of how much you can do with it. So that is it for this presentation.
Actually, I
love
still have a
you.
question about this.
Okay, yeah.
So you did say that you gathered some old knowledge about the media engine. I think it was from a PS2 Dev forum. Is it stored somewhere right now? Like, has it been preserved or saved for future use?
I have some bookmarks and like some PDFs of pages I've made and kind of incorporated some of that code and kind of things that were talked about. The posts I referenced, I'm sure I could find again. They're on the lucas.dk PS2 Dev like forum archive that's live online. But I could try, you know, if other interested parties are definitely interested, you know, 100%, I'd be happy to dig all that up and share, because it, you know, not that I want to down any of the homebrew developers, but we generally just aren't at the scale that commercial devs are, nor had the support. So even though amazing games like God of War and Outrun Coast to Coast and such came out on PSP, they were done by huge teams of people with various knowledge and tons of support. So, you know, if we don't get that, but we get an entire second CPU that they were not allowed to use for any reason, you know, that kind of evens the playing field of projects we can put out and things we can do on a platform. So definitely, I'll try and find that all for you. Is there any other questions? If not, I mean, if you think of any, I'm going to go into another like 2 presentations. So, you know, just queue them up and I'll try and answer them when appropriate.
From Durf
We
Jagged,
love you.
No question, but love you.
Thank you. Let's see. Okay, I guess I'm just going to go into another presentation. This one on Integrity Engine, which is just a multi-platform game engine that I started writing. Okay, I think we're live. I'll just wait till I get the go ahead, but we should be good.
You are good.
Okay, great. Okay, so Integrity is a game engine in a sense. It's more of a framework, but we can get to that. What happened there? So here's a little presentation inception of an early demo for Integrity. So the goals are obviously write a game engine, have it execute on the Dreamcast and PSP, since those interest me, open source it all, and have it easy to use. It's written in plain C99, it's very small, and it doesn't get in the way of anyone. So yeah, that was just a very early on 2D demo of the engine that ran on Linux, Windows, Mac, PSP, and a Dreamcast. So this engine is more of a framework and kind of a layer that you would write on top of, and less of a game engine that, in a traditional sense, would manage entities or really have any sort of thing that you would have to learn how to use. It's just a common groundwork, and again, it works on Windows, Mac, Linux, PSP, and a Dreamcast. And if more people wanted or contributed, I'm sure it could run other places because there's not really much to it behind the scenes. It does target a abstract virtual controller that has a D-pad, 4 face buttons, a start button, 1 analog stick, and 2 triggers. And that's mainly because the PSP and the Dreamcast, that's their exact input layout. So it actually works really well. And then for other things like desktop, joypads and stuff, that maps very naturally. It has window scaling so that you can target a single virtual resolution and then not really have to change anything for each platform. You might want to, for the PSP because it's more 16:9 than say a Dreamcast at 4:3. But at least without changing a single thing, you would get a full screen image. It just might not be the right shape. And it also currently has some custom formats of data for models and textures that are directly suited for each platform. And the goal of why is, again, I just want a super simple base that I can write my projects in and have them run in multiple places that I find interesting. It's written completely in now portable C11. A complete game binary is roughly 400 kilobytes for the Dreamcast. I think it's like 500 for the PSP. So they're pretty small, which is nice when you're working in constrained embedded environments. You aren't burning up a ton of RAM just to hold your binary. And it's specifically written to be compatible with desktop to employ all the kind of profiling, memory management, and debugging tools that exist, such as GDB or Valgrind, which really helps in writing just tight, solid code that is going to perform well on the smaller consoles that you don't have to worry about. Am I running into an obscure bug, like a pointer bug that would be hard to trace on the PSP? And you already know that, at least in the engine itself, you aren't, because that was all verified. And again, it does handle 2D and 3D. It's written to use OpenGL behind the scenes for all of that, which is really handy because on the PSP, even though I did badmouth it earlier, it uses PSP-GL. On the Dreamcast, it uses GLDC, and on desktop, it would obviously just use OpenGL. So you can see in the screenshot here, we have 9 models that are animated, and then in front of that, we have some text drawn. And this is really the simplest application you could write in Integrity Engine. It's a complete Hello World example. Basically, at the top here, I don't think you get my mouse, but you get a window title, and then you get, if it's windowed or full screen on startup, then you just define a couple methods. You define the setup of the scene. Basically, in init, we do nothing. In exit, we do nothing. In update, all we're doing is checking if the virtual start button was released. And then for our 2D rendering, we just draw a large piece of text that says hello world. And for 3D, we do nothing. And this is kind of nice because in the engine itself, it comes bundled with a default font and a couple UI images that you can use that are always present. And if you ever wanted, you can override that font to something custom. But at least minimally, you get a default font. And here's how that looks when you run it. This would be on Windows. It would run exactly the same on Dreamcast or Linux. On the PSP, it would be a little shorter, a little squatter, but it would run exactly the same. And about custom formats, there's only really one main one right now. It's called EMF. It's the extensible model format. And all it does is it takes an OBJ file, an OBJ model, and it reads that and then writes out the model data that would be best suited for each particular platform. So on the PSP, it writes a very small but completely hardware compatible vertex format that you could just instantly load to memory and then render without having to do anything to. So it's already small and it would be very fast since we process that offline. The same thing for textures. They are read in the converter and then kind of bundled into that model format in the best format for that platform, given the kind of texture data itself, if it's paletted or if it has alpha. So that all you really have to do is just read a model chunk, which would be your vertices, and then read your texture chunk, and you could immediately render that, which helps because some things like the Dreamcast read from a CD. So when you do a bunch of small reads, things slow down dramatically. And same on the PSP. The memory stick is much faster, but it still has like oddly weird latency when you do a bunch of reads on a file versus just reading that entire file once to memory and then operating on it. So here's kind of 3 larger projects that have been created in this engine so far, in an order that makes no sense according to the text. But in the upper right, with the time 9.95 seconds, we have Jump It, which was the first game written in the engine, which is a 2.5D time-based platformer written for the 2019 Dreamcast Game Jam. And this library was actually born out of that original engine. I realized that in writing that, this would be a fun little framework to do more things with. And then it got split out. On the upper left, we have You're Broke, which was planned to be an existential 3D RPG for a 1-week PSP game jam, which unfortunately didn't really get anywhere because I spent most of the week writing up Blender support. So the engine has a custom format you can export from Blender and immediately display and interact with. So that took most of the 4 days, and then modeling took a few days, and I didn't get any time to write the gameplay. And then in the bottom, I have a sample I wrote the other night, which is Sound Visualizer, which takes audio data and runs fast Fourier transform on it to then get spectrum bands, and then different objects in the scene are linked to different frequency bands, and they react to that. So I'm going to end this stream, but I'll be right back. So I'm going to do some demos and questions. So if anyone has questions, I will see those, and I'll be right back with you.
I miss him already.
Okay, and green. Okay, so I think you should be able to see this screen. And again, TPix asks, so no support for skeletal models at the moment? Not at the moment. It's definitely on the plan. I was hoping to get to that in writing You're Broke. I just didn't have time that week, and I haven't looked into how to kind of do that, which would be interesting. I just haven't done it yet. See any other things? So this is just going to be a rapid fire kind of showcase of some different examples that come with the engine. So this one is just an input test to verify that for each platform, our virtual controller setup is working. So you get all the buttons, your one analog stick, your triggers, so you can just very quickly see, and it serves as a good example for people writing code, how to use it. This is the EMF demo, which just loads a simple model and spins it around and reads two textures that are combined within, and just gives a quick timer on the bottom to say how long it took to read and parse that. This is a voxels demo, which just goes over kind of dynamic mesh batching and creation in the engine, and how it's one of the bigger examples to show you how you could do something that you could turn into a game. And it has a full custom 3D physics engine that I wrote to handle all this, and it's got, you know, the infinite world with chunks or whatever. And you're going to notice this guy in every demo because he's the one model I have. But it's just, you know, a demo to show kind of how to make dynamic meshes. This is a model viewer, or MDL, I guess to be more precise, from Quake, which just serves as really the engine's benchmark. And you can control up to how many people you're drawing. It tells you how many verts, how long it takes, and then on the bottom, you have a method of how you're drawing and also your data types when drawing. So on the PC, all of these will be at 60, but on the consoles, it really is a good indication of how you should be drawing for immediate mode, arrays, PVR fast vert, which would be for the Dreamcast, and then map buffer, which would be your preferred choice on really every platform. And you can change whether you're using like integer math or floats or a native type. I don't think you're going to get the audio for this, so just trust me on that, even though I spent all this time making custom audio that was YouTube friendly. This is so loud. But anyway, so this is a visualizer for the sound demo, and it shows the 10 different audio spectrums as the song plays. So you can kind of use this to see which channels you would want to map to things. I might be able to, if I can change how. Let's see. I bet I have to run it. Oh, God. Sorry, this is all. This is impossible for me. Okay, so you should be able to see that now, I think, and hear it. So that's reacting to the frequencies in the audio that's playing. And the text doesn't make sense because I had to change the song at the last minute. And just bear with me. That demo, then someone on the Dreamcast board suggested that it be synced to some kind of vaporwave things, and so I got here an hour later, which is the latest demo in the engine, which again runs on the PSP and the Dreamcast. It's a visualizer for that music spectrum with a bouncing car, some palm trees that scale and spin, and your camera bumps when the music bumps. So, yeah, it's my little engine that I make projects in and have a lot of fun. So all of these examples are completely freely open sourced. They come with the engine, and you know, to use them, to build on them, to do anything, they're just they're included just to help other people use the engine for things that they might want to create. So is there any questions for Integrity Engine? Winamp would be proud of you. Yeah. Dreamcast or PSP, which one's more fun to develop for? I would say the PSP is easier. The just tooling is a little easier. But they're both pretty fun. They're honestly fairly similar in terms of constraints. I think the Dreamcast is a little more exciting just because it is a little older, and people really seem to get excited when things run on it that they weren't expecting to. What if you put some hardstyle music there? Yeah, I mean, right now there's it's offline processed, so on your computer, to generate that sound spectrum data. So really, you could put whatever you want there. Yeah, I mean, download the engine and do it yourself. It could be fun. And if that's kind of it for questions, I know there's a lag, so I'll give it a second. We're going to go into the next presentation, which is the PSP Homebrew Archive by Pierre.
This is a perfect stream with absolutely zero latency.
Well, not for me. Okay. I guess I'm going to go on. Have this here. Sorry. That picture you're seeing right now is actually my desktop background, so it's like can't figure out how to work Discord. Start that. Change window. What? Why is that black? That's not right. Security alert. Oh god, sorry, I'm getting hacked by this PowerPoint I got sent. One moment. Okay, we've wrangled the PowerPoint viruses, so we're back. I'll give it a second so we're live. Okay, so I'm just going to guess we're live now. So I'm presenting the first half of this on behalf of Pierre L., who is the curator and creator of the PSP Homebrew Library. Before meaning latency. So why the Homebrew Library? The main sources that people were getting their homebrew all went down years ago, and the ones that are online, a lot of links are getting broken, things are getting lost, and what was currently available is only a fraction of what the platform has had over the years. And the risk is that if it's not collected now, hundreds of homebrews risk disappearing forever, just lost that we can no longer find. And all the big places like QJ.net, PSP-Hacks, they're gone. And so even though that at one time they were the most popular places to get this content, they aren't around anymore, and everything they hosted is gone. And even worse is that a lot of places still link to those sites, and so you just have dead link after dead link. And here's kind of the homebrew iceberg. We have 1,200 games that are official releases on the UV list. We have 1,365 games that are homebrews archived, and at this point we don't even know how many have previously or already been lost. So we can do work to preserve this and save these works and these homebrews for the future. That's very important for the platform. And currently our objective would be promoting the well-known homebrews, things such as Super Mario War by Percival, Minecraft PSP by Iridescent Rose, who spoke today, Nazi Zombies Portable by Reboot and others. And even the best known homebrews are preservation concern. A lot of times these get repacked or modded, which get shared on social media or YouTube, and the kind of original source and links and even the credit for a lot of these is lost. And another big issue is versioning of these. If there's no place to get them and people are just finding different homebrews, they can't be ensured that they're getting the latest version or the best version that they could be experiencing. And that might be down to where they get them isn't aware that a new version was released. And then two, we want to find these hidden gems, the things that were released that were really impressive at the time that many people had, but as years gone on have kind of been lost or buried. Things such as Akakiki by Repeater Fan, Dorora's Adventures by Bork, Kart Racer Ultra by David Simonson. All three of these projects are really high quality, well done, complete games that are homebrew. And I myself, I hadn't heard of these, and I have had a PSP since launch day in 2005. I only own about 3 actual UMDs, and the rest has all been homebrew and kind of other means games. So it's not shocking to say that people didn't know that these things released and didn't know where to find them. And so we definitely want to highlight the things that are high quality. The low quality ones we still want to keep, but we want to really show off what the PSP can do by these developers. And we don't want to make it so the person who's looking for homebrew for the platform has to dig through kind of all the lower effort, kind of first project, first version things. We want to make the good stuff accessible, but while still, showing off everything. And then the objective is providing a release channel for new homebrews. We want to encourage new developers, not necessarily force anyone, but just encourage them to share their work here so that there is a central place, so they are versioned, so that they have a widespread visibility, and so that there aren't kind of fragmentation of releases. So maybe you were releasing in 4 places, Discord and YouTube, your forum, this other forum, but then for one of your releases, you forget to update that place. Well, then if those people are only checking that forum, they might not know that a newer version is released. So we definitely want to promote new things and show people. And this is what we're doing about it. Currently, through help coordinated by Pierre and the Discord and many others, especially developers, people who used to host these things, and just a lot of grunt work of writing scrapers by people to then en masse download stuff and then sort through it, tag it, find metadata. And through this collection, over 2,000 homebrews have been archived on archive.org in the PSP homebrew collection. And as a sister project on GitHub, we currently have the PlayStation Portable Archive, which is it's a collection of all the source code that we could find and save for projects that at one time had been open source for the platform. So we don't risk only archiving release binaries, but we also show the code and the history and all the sharing that went on for the platform. And currently that's at 168 saved repositories, which is quite impressive as well. Here we have a graph showing roughly what we have so far for tag metadata of how many homebrews released in a year. So we can see definitely in the first 4 years, there was heavy homebrew development, starting from 2005 to 2008. And that's where a lot of projects come from, not necessarily the greatest quality projects, but definitely a lot, and it's worth sifting through to find. And another hard part is that while the majority of all this homebrewing work is in English, it is definitely not all in English. French, Japanese, Spanish, Chinese, Italian, Russian, there's a lot of there's just a lot of communities around the PSP that at one time existed and were doing this work. So we want to keep all that. One of our next steps, as far as metadata gathering and trying to gather homebrew in general, is finding all the releases for a particular game jam, whether it be the PSP Summer 2006 Homebrew Competition, any of the various Neo Flash competitions, to try and curate those and recreate the the entries in that collection as they were at the time. And currently, there's over 30 competitions with over 700 entries. And as always, the goal is to find the homebrew first and then correctly, get its metadata updated. So we want to identify the authors, when it was published, what version, what year it was. Do we know the original name? Can we find out what language it is? And then other things too. Can we put it into a category? Can we make it into a genre? So once we have all this, the next question is, great, we have all these homebrews, but then how do we actually get these out to people? And this is where I come in kind of as a front end to Pierre and others, PSP Homebrew Library and Preservation Project. So currently there is 3 ways people can get homebrew. They can decide themselves if they want to download it or how to use it. There could be a application written that can access that data and metadata and present that to the user. Or we can individually write instructions for every homebrew on how to install it. And then even then, once we have that, how do we determine what to promote? How do we know what's popular? How do we make categories? So I had the idea to make the PSP Homebrew Store, which is a website that is browsed on the PSP itself through its web browser. And it uses, again, the built-in PSP web browser and some custom functionality that Sony included within it to support downloading these games directly to the PSP. Currently, the web store has access to, again, over the 2,000 homebrews. It pulls live from archive.org, so as it updates, so does the store. Eventually, it'll be open source. That was always the plan. I just haven't done it yet. It's kind of messy. If anyone wanted it, they could have it, but it's just I'm not going to upload it yet. But that is the eventual plan, is to have it completely open source for everyone. Less so for people to host their own. I mean, if someone wanted to, they could. But I think it makes more sense to have just one online place. But again, since it's just a front end to the actual project itself, it doesn't matter as much if there was multiple of these created. And currently it's in I think 8 languages. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, it's in 8 languages. I obviously started it in English, but then pretty early on, somebody asked me if it could work in Spanish. So then I rewrote the entire store to be multilingual and support translations. And as people have donated a translation to their chosen language, then it's been added onto the site so that anyone can use it and feel at home. And again, this was just created because the idea of using the PSP entirely to obtain new homebrew is very, it's just a cool aesthetic, and it kind of goes with how the PSP was conceived by Sony in 2005 to be this portable thing that could download games, play music. It's just real slick, and people don't need a USB cable or anything, or to find a memory stick reader. They can just use what they already have, a PSP. There's currently 3 parts that make this happen. The entire storefront itself is written in PHP, so I don't know how people feel about that, but I enjoy it. It's very quick to work on. The entire thing is I wrote a custom translation engine for, so every page is instantly translatable as it gets generated live. There is a custom dynamically generated installer that the PSP downloads from the store to then install the homebrew itself, and that gets generated every time somebody downloads something. And the store uses the Sony XPD format, which Sony originally used to distribute game demos to. So that really helps, because when you click a link that is an XPD, it gives the user on their PSP a very nice, do you want to install this? It gives the name, it gives the size, they get progress bars that update. It's very slick. So it's kind of nicer than just this thing that says, oh, we're going to download it, and we don't know how long it'll take or how big it is. This is a picture of the installer. It's currently very bare bones, and for the eagle-eyed people, it looks like another homebrew installer that used to exist years ago, because I actually found a picture of that, and then I wrote this from the ground up, but just to look like that one. So if it does look like that one, that's why. It's because it was modeled directly after it, but it is all new code. And currently it supports 7-zip and zip. But 7-zip is incredibly complicated, to say the least. It's written very strangely, in my opinion. It's in C++, which I'm not great in, and it uses every worst feature of C++ to the max. The code base is awful, and the goal is to be able to kind of utilize that, because in early tests, things right now, if you download let's say a 100 megabyte zip archive and you try and unarchive that on the PSP, it'll crash because it doesn't have that much RAM. But the full 7-zip library in C++ enables you to unzip that 100 megabyte zip file, even if you only had 1 megabyte of RAM. It's very configurable, but it's just so complicated. It's causing a lot of issues. It'll get there eventually, but for now, the small stuff definitely works fine. And this is kind of how it looks right now. It's actually modeled after itch.io, if you're familiar with that website. It just has a simple design. It has a games, apps, emulators demo, and a popular tab. And the popular tab pulls live from archive.org and just shows you what people are browsing for. And again, it's all multilingual. This is a sample XPD. It's a very simple text format. It basically just has the name, the size, and then a link to the homebrew itself and the custom installer. And here's a live demo of an early version of the store, maybe. I don't know why we're not playing. All right, well, there's no live demo, but I guess I can try and pull up a YouTube video or something. So is there any questions on that? I know it's kind of a stranger presentation. And for people who are saying their PSP can't connect to their router, that yeah, it's kind of out of my control. My current setup at home is that I have a spare wireless router that when I want to use my PSP on Wi-Fi, I hook up to my Windows computer, and I share my internet connection over Ethernet from my computer to that spare wireless router, and then connect the PSP to that, and it works really well. I know that's very situational and a little technical, but that's one option. I know some people had said they tether through their phone because they can have an open connection without encryption. That unfortunately can't be helped, but there are ways, and the easiest might just be getting a spare wireless router that you hook up to your network.
Yeah, you can really get some cheap, like old
It's like a WRT
54G. Yeah, those are
2009.
super cheap. Yeah.
Like $8 shipped.
Yeah, they're like $10.
So like, yeah, I didn't break the bank for it, trust me.
$10 and an Ethernet cable.
Yeah. Let's see. Give me one sec. I am gonna try and share this live demo because I think it's important. Like, if people don't quite understand the workflow of this, how does this even?
Yep,
A
I'll
video?
switch you over when you get it.
It's like not there. Okay. Hold on. I think I have it on YouTube. Sorry about this. The video was embedded in the PowerPoint, but the PowerPoint is not working. Okay. I just have to share this. Share screen. Okay, yeah, this is gonna look strange because we're like on YouTube watching YouTube, but here we go. So this is my PSP that I use for everything. And we're gonna go to the web browser. Skip that. So this is a very early version, but it works much the same. You would browse to it. You go to the games category. It's usually not this slow. And you could select a homebrew. Obviously, the list is much larger nowadays. You go to please wait, which then presents you a nice menu. Do you want to download? And you can hit yes. It will save it to the memory stick with that nice UI. Download complete. And then you're free to exit the store. And you get a nice installer here, HB install for Mario demo, which you would then launch. And it will unpack and install that for you, and then delete the installer, so you're just left with the homebrew. And again, so for every homebrew you download, you would get a different installer. So if you downloaded 5 things, you would have to run 5 installers, which is not the best situation, but it's currently what we have, and it does work well enough. So we can see that that installed and then exited. And we will go back to our game menu. And we have a Sanix Mario demo, which was chosen at completely random. So you can see it working. Yeah. So it's a pretty slick little system to where you can download and try out things completely on the PSP without needing a PC. How will the storefront be rolling out updates to homebrew apps will allow everyone to keep their homebrew apps up to date easier? Currently, versioning isn't necessarily part of the store. Like I said, it pulls live from archive.org. And so on the work that Pierre and his team are doing, they are versioning homebrews so that the store would always show the latest version. And if you went to archive.org/PSP Homebrew Library, you would also get the latest version. Currently, there's no way, just because it uses the PSP web browser, there's no way that it would be able to know that things were out of date or not. That would kind of be on you. I know it sounds a little confusing. Would it be remotely possible to have the PSP Homebrew Store run on hacked PS3s under backwards compatibility or any other emulator? Well, it's just using the PSP web browser. So if the PSP web browser works on that platform, then yes. If not, then no. So this might sound a little unintuitive, but currently, instead of using my PSP, I actually bought a Vita that I use Adrenaline under, which is the PSP emulator for Vita that runs the PSP OS. Just because on the Vita you have access to much newer Wi-Fi protocols, so I can run the PSP web browser and the store and the installer and develop all that, but just have easier access to Wi-Fi. So on the Vita under Adrenaline, you can use the PSP Homebrew store just fine, because that's where I currently write it. How did you learn to make a website that is compatible with the PSP browser? Straight up, I went to Google and I tried to find old, crusty articles from 2005 and 2006 and 2007 that either mentioned writing HTML and CSS for the PSP or that were websites formatted for the PSP, and learned from them. It is not very fun writing like the current demo, like how it looks like itch. That looks crystal clear on the PSP and really sharp, and it's not very fun to write things that are compatible with the PSP web browser because it just blows. It has weird rendering issues. It doesn't understand a lot of HTML. It's awful at CSS. The fonts are a weird size. It's just a lot of trial and error for the most part.
Fun fact, fanfiction.net has a PSP and 3DS version of their stuff that they removed recently.
Sad that they removed it.
I know.
So I think that's all the questions I saw on YouTube. I don't have a good way to check on Discord, but I think that was most of things.
I think that's it, really. Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
I have one more question actually.
I have time for one more.
Browsing the store.
Yeah.
I'm noticing on some items installer may fail on PSP 1000. What's up with that?
Yes. Okay. So that's a good point. I don't know why I didn't include that in the presentation. I just forgot. So yes, currently on the store. I wish I could find one. For larger things, you will get warnings currently that due to the state of the 7-zip and zip extraction in the installer, if the game is over roughly 22-ish, 24 megabytes, there's a warning that it shows you it may fail to install currently, because the archive is too large and it will take up all the RAM and then crash. So for the PSP 1000, that is capped at 24 megabytes, and for the PSP 2000, 3000, and Go, and I guess the Vita, that's like at roughly 54 megabytes or so. Basically, anything over that will probably fail everywhere for the time being. In the test installer, which isn't live for anyone yet, there was a homebrew, I forget the name of it. It's over 100 megabytes, and the test installer can install that on a FAT and any other model. It's something that takes me a while to update on the main pspdev.org/hb site because I don't want to break the site for everyone. So generally that will go on the testing site first. It just needs a lot of testing before that's implemented, but it should be soon. It should be soon, and then there should be no warnings, and you should be able to install roughly whatever you want from the site on any PSP.
Cool. Thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah.
I'm betting the 100 megabytes is Minecraft PSP.
I don't remember what it is.
Well, NZP Reboot's 88 megabytes. In the archive, it's bigger on extracted.
Well, I don't know. It was something.
We have a lot of big boys.
There's a lot of big boys. You're not wrong. So yeah, if there's no other questions, I'm done. Whoever would like to go next, feel free.
We only have one more, so it's just Arc 4's the Arc 4 presentation, sorry, by Acid Snake. So
Where is he though?
Yeah.
Not a bad question.
He was in here for a while, but he took
He
off.
was here, yeah. Does anyone want to give him a tag?
I'll tag him.
Oh, I'll tag
Bored
him,
that
right?
man to death.
It's too late. Now, why would you do that?
Okay, now I gotta figure out.
How?
I'm so curious.
Well, give him a minute.
Okay. Well, I'll have the official news here because I found my test folder. It's just Dementium RTTW, but with 2 folders, so that it's double the 52 megabytes. So, just in case anyone was wondering that mystery, and they wanted to claim the credit. Oh, and here's another one which says CS:GO, which is like 3 versions of CS:GO for the PSP. That's like 400 megabytes, and that one still fails. So I guess there is some limit. Yeah, but not the testing versions.
Do you guys remember when Acid was last online?
No, I do not.
No.
No.
Uh-oh.
I mean, he's online now. He's just not in here. No, he's offline. He went offline after we tagged him.
I don't like Lita. I don't think it works well.
Would it be possible to split big games into parts in order to decompress them? I've heard of this, but I've never seen it like done.
Yes.
You'd probably have to edit the archive.org entries, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
you
would.
would.
Yeah, so currently, this is a really strange blessing, and I don't know how long they'll be able to keep this going. And it can be worked around really easily. But currently, right now, archive.org lets you download things over HTTP without any security. So the PSP gets sent a link directly to archive.org to download that. Early on in the store, really from the live demo video that I showed, I actually set up this whole I don't even know what you'd call it, like proxy system to where it would proxy a file to the PSP. But yeah, archive.org, we can just directly pass it, which is pretty nice. But again, if that changes, there is a system set up for that. So I mean, maybe in that proxy system we could set up chunks and it would be this whole thing. I don't know. Just a dude, man.
You know, I find it interesting that
that the stream has 120 likes and 0 dislikes. I wonder who's going to be the
why
first.
did you
now
have
that
to
I
say
brought that up.
that?
Yeah.
Oh no, come on, dude.
Don't worry, I'll be the first. I'll unlike it.
Well, it's possible that anyone who wanted to dislike it just fell asleep during one of the presentations.
They gave us the
Yes.
We're pretty boring.
We are pretty
Oh,
boring.
there's the first one.
Yeah, that was me.
You're
I
gonna make our
like-
like ratio go down so YouTube algorithm doesn't help us. Although to be fair, this has been a great PSP HDC. The last one we had 900 views over the course of 5 hours. This one we already have 1,300.
Oh,
Well, that's due in part to the fact that we have everyone viewing the same YouTube link. You know, there's no mirrors, no one's
true.
in the Discord, so.
I find it ironic that this one's longer than the last when people were complaining about duration.
I know.
Oh no, I knew this was gonna happen. I mean, we just have more, and well, I mean, how do you make a presentation better than last year? You know, you just make it longer.
You just do more.
Yeah, you
I
just.
mean, like, you see 4 extra presentations on the list, and how do you think, okay, let's hope for an hour shorter? You know what I mean?
I mean, maybe if we had
It is
said,
shorter
like,
overall,
okay, your
though.
presentation can be at most this long, you know, no longer, then maybe, yeah, but we didn't.
That'll
So,
be next
Jagged,
year.
longer the better.
22 days next year.
yeah, we might actually have to split it up into 2 days after a while.
We'll have to sell weekend passes.
Weekend passes, we buy out a place, we go fly in. We pay everyone to fly in.
Yeah, we pay them to fly in because otherwise no one will show up.
We're only laughing because it's true.
You just have to like make the developers fly in too to make sure they can't run away.
You gotta lock them to the table with some handcuffs.
Imagine starting a GoFundMe for this shit. Let's send the developers away.
Imagine
It would be
peeing in
funny
a cup.
if people actually donated that.
It would be hilarious if anyone paid us a single dollar for that.
Our peak
That would be
concurrent
funny.
viewers of last year was 110. This year's 130.
Do poggies.
The average watch time is longer as well, 19 minutes instead of 12.
Yeah, that's all because of OpenFNAF.
Oh yeah, definitely.
See, OpenFNAF was canceled last year. They had to come this year. They had to see what was up.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's why we have more views. I
Yeah,
see.
it's FNAF.
Yeah, of course.
One-way tickets, someone said, for the flights.
One-way tickets. You know, wherever we do meet up, it's just like you're stuck there now. You better file for residency.
Well, that's been, I think, 7 minutes since we tagged Acid Snake, so I think he's...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the
Yeah.
end then.
Well, I guess we're gonna make it a 2-day one then. Have
Yeah.
tomorrow
Day
one
2.
presentation.
Well, no, look, thanks everyone for taking part, and thanks everyone who's watched
I know.
for... I doubt anyone's watched for all... Well, I doubt many people have watched for all 5 good hours, but...
There's still 40 people here.
I was here.
There's still 40 people here.
I mean,
so.
yeah, the developers, obviously, but, you know, the viewers.
Oh, actually, I know of you that have been here the entire time.
Oh
but-
yeah, there have been several people in the chat who are definitely here for the entire time.
That's dedication.
Yeah, they're really cool. They're They have the exclusive content here right now. The ending portion.
We're gonna cut this out on your recording. Just
Yeah, the pod.
We can do that actually. We actually can do that.
Are we
Yeah.
gonna upload individual videos today or tonight as well?
I think
I
that would be a
already
good
did.
idea, yeah.
Did you? Are they on the channel?
Yes, on my own channel. Yeah.
You should.
It's unlisted because YouTube was still processing it. Hold up. Here.
I did mine live as first take, so
Yeah, we
if
can
you didn't
download
clip
the
it-
stream later and then
Yeah, if we can upload this on the channel.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can just
VOD will
send you the
VOD
original
will
file.
still-
So it
yeah, the
doesn't-
VOD will still stay here. So
I mean, you're welcome to do whatever you want with my content.
Do you guys want to wrap it up around?
Yeah, can I like scream?
Sure.
You have my permission.
Headphone warning, guys. Headphone warning.
Headphone warning. Someone might just start screaming.
I can play some clapping sounds.
Yeah,
That would be good. Yeah, that would be
Oh,
better, I think.
Durf says you guys have to redo the entire conference tomorrow with acid.
Yeah, of course.
Oh god.
Oh, Mega Man said I missed the first couple hours. Don't worry, we're gonna do a redo starting in 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do the entire redo tomorrow, I guess.
Round 2.
Oh no, advertisement.
There we go.
Beautiful. Kind of sounds like rain.
Nice.
Nice.
I think this is where we should wrap
It's
up.
still going. Oh.
Yeah, it's 13 minutes long.
If I ever have to clap for 13 minutes, I'm gonna demand payment. That's just.
Yeah, it is getting kind of late. Do you guys want to call the stream here then?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks everyone for watching, and thanks everyone for taking part.
Thanks.
Yep. Thank you guys so much.
Thank
I
you.
hate all of you,
Thanks.
but also love you.
And good